snapshot, a shattered soul. Every corner hides a darkened hole. Darkened hole. Screams crawl 1,000 miles. Stale smoke and regret hang in the air. Every face a mask, no one place fair. Spell the coffee, spell the truth. Every state a story proof. True crime cafe whispers in the night. Truth hides in shadows under buzzing light. True crime cafe, no escape, no way. The secrets spill out before the break of day. Lose the light.
Good morning and welcome back to the cafe, guys. We are open for business. Happy Sunday to you all. Oh boy. Oh boy. Forewarning, everybody. Today is going to be the beginning of today's show. It's going to be a little different than normal. I am in a mood. I'm telling you right now, and it's not the typical Dago that you all know. So I'm going to be going off. I'm letting you know. There's probably going to be some choice words that some of you may not like that I normally don't say. But I'm over it. I'm over it. We're going to talk about that first. We are going to get into part 2 of the reading a little later on in the show, but I'm going to go off in the beginning here and put some things out there that need to be said about this case and certain people. So, yeah, there's that. So tune in, stick around, share this out, and make sure to hit that like button first and foremost. Please do that and let everybody know what we're doing in here, guys. Please, if you will. And that being said, you know where we go next. All right, all right, all right. Welcome back, guys. Good morning again. Happy Sunday to you. I hope you're all having an amazing weekend. Thank you all for those of you that joined us last night, as always, and thank you all for those of you that are here right now. Once again, guys, forewarning, once I get into the beginning of this show, it's going to be a little bit rough. It's going to be a little bit of a different me because I'm over it. I'm sick of it and I'm done with it. It's a bunch of bullshit. I'm tired of what we have all been through with this case and the people we've dealt with. So we're good. I'm good. We're all good. We're done. As you see the title in here, Dylan, she protected or protector. We're calling Bullsheath, which you all know means bullshit, and then some. So there's going to be some choice words I'm going to have for some people in mainstream media, other creators. You're going to hear it because I'm done with it. Thank you all for joining us. And then after I go off and say my piece and explain some things to you, we're going to get into part 2 of the reading and bring up more bullshit. So thank you all for joining me. Again, please make sure to hit the like button on your way through the door. Share this out. Let everybody know what's happening in here today. I appreciate you all so very much. Who do we got in here with us today? Meg P, the megastar, in the house. Welcome back, Meg. Eddie's in the house. What's up, brother? Hopefully you'll be joining me here a little bit later. You can wait because I'm sure you don't want to be here when I do this. Moonlit Baby's in the house. Good to see you, Moonlit. Thank you for joining us. That Tomboy, welcome back to you. Thank you to all of my Blue Crew for joining us today. It is so wonderful to have you all here. As always, I couldn't do without you all, and you know that. Esther Hahn, welcome back to you. Mr. Jesse Shul, all the way from Thailand. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you today. Hopefully you can join us as well. Noni McPoppins, great to see you. The Karma Police. Hey, welcome back to you. Samira Dalby, well, wonderful to see you. ATS News in the house. Good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us today. Witchy, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Michelle F., good to see you as well. Thank you for joining us. Oh, it's going to be genuine, Witchy. I'm always genuine. Facts are facts. I give you the real deal in any way I can. So, Katie Batts, welcome back to you. Good to see you. Miss Christina, great to see you. Miss Carista Marie dropping 5 memberships right out of the gate. That's crazy, Krista. Thank you so much for that. Guys, we gained 20 or 21, maybe more last night. That was amazing. It looks like KT got a new one. Kimberly Renee, welcome to the sauce. Jenny Phillips. To Manapayee, welcome to you. Lenore, all of you, congrats and welcome to the sauce. Right off the get, jumping into that sauce. That's amazing. Thank you, Krista. Let me see here. And Mama Bear, what is that? 34 months. What is that all about? I thought that's been way more than 34 months. Come on now. Candy girl. Too early for me to sing, but welcome, dear. Good to see you. You can hear my voice. I was going off last night. My voice is and I was in Discord with some of my mods at the end after the show and hanging out and talking a little bit. And yeah, I went off last night, folks, and I'm going off today. I'm done. Done, beyond done with the bullshit. So some people's names are going to get thrown out there today that should be ashamed of themselves. Every damn one of them. Like I said, you may hear some words out of my mouth today that you ain't used to hearing. Somebody go get Lucy. She likes it when I swear. Yeah, you're right, Esther. I do need you to do some tea with some honey and lemon. It'll come. I think I have a little bit of laryngitis coming up, but Willard, welcome, buddy. Good to see you. Legendary's in the house. What's happening, Legendary? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Off the walls ain't shit. I'm pissed, guys. I'm pissed. I am pissed. And you'll see why. You'll probably be pissed off too. Guys, we've been in this case for 2.5 plus years. Okay. From day one, I've been here. Everybody that knows me knows that. 2.5 years I've been on this case. We took a little break because there was nothing going on. That's it. But a lot of us have put every bit of what we have into this case and trying to find the truth in this, because that's what we are. We are a pro-truth community, period. It's not a pro-burger community, but a pro-truth community, okay? And we want truth and real justice for these poor victims, these poor kids that lost their lives for no reason. Okay. And it's enough. They put this one kid in prison for no reason. And I'm telling you right now, in my opinion, because I'm not forcing you guys to believe anything, I can't do that. But in my opinion, Brian Koberger had absolutely nothing to do with this crime. Nothing. And the more I read, the more I see, the more I believe. Nothing. It's unbelievable. And that's the point right there. Bingo. I was getting ready to say it. Get out of my head, Meg. This kid lost his life as much as they lost theirs. And it's not the same. Okay. But, he's still living and breathing. But is he really? What kind of a life does he have right now? It's insane to me. Insane to me that this is okay in the world. And I'm done with it. I'm done with these stupid fucking mainstream media reporters that think that they're doing something. They're a joke. It's a joke. They're disgusting. They make me sick. Okay? There's other creators out here that are the same. They're worse. Should be ashamed of your fucking selves. Every single one of you. Reading these things that we're reading and seeing what we're seeing and just walking by it like it's nothing. Enough is enough, folks. This is blatant lying. Absolute lying. Welcome, Kelly. Good to see you. I know why it doesn't make sense now. I truly know why. Cold and Covered, welcome. Good to see you as well. I know exactly why it doesn't make sense. And listen, if there's any guilters in here, you're more than welcome to be here. Don't be surprised at what I say, though. You may not like it. You may want to leave. Do what you got to do. Welcome, Annie. Good to see you. That's 100% correct. Mainstream media, these piece of shit, garbage ass reporters are what has convicted this kid. Ashley Banfield, get a life. What a piece of trash you are. Trash. Absolute trash. The lies, the blatant lies that you have spread. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Brian Enton, Frodo, Mr. Hobbit himself, get a life, bro. Okay? Is your paycheck really worth your morality? Jesus Christ. It's insane to me. Insane to me. It's a joke. It's a fucking joke because these people want a fucking paycheck. That's all that matters. Does it matter that you're destroying an innocent person's life? That you're being part of not bringing justice to the fact that 4 innocent people were murdered? You're not helping bring justice. You're going against it. You're doing the exact thing that you shouldn't be doing. Insane to me. This is America, folks. Okay? Land of the free, home of the brave, right? What's free about this? This is not free. This is not what America's about, folks. The Constitution, in my opinion, has been used as a piece of toilet paper with this case. It's disgusting. I'm done with this shit, folks. And to see the people doing what they're doing. I'm going to show you an interview that came out of the Idaho Statesman, okay? Wait till you see how many things, which I know a lot of you, we've already pointed it out. But last night I had enough. I'd had enough. And like I said, for those of you that wanted to hear the reading, don't go nowhere, folks. It's coming down the line, but I have to get this out. I have to do this. Welcome, Lady Speedwell, Gaya Degucci. Welcome to all of you. Again, Midnight at the Machine. Neil, good to see you. William Tardy, welcome back. Good to see you, my friend. Bearcat Blake, good to see you. Again, I'm apologizing up front for the way I'm speaking, the way I'm acting. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. Okay, I'm sorry if it upsets you hearing because you're not used to it. But I'm not sorry that I'm saying it because it needs to be said. It needs to be done. These people, and I'm sorry, but these reporters, they don't need to be doing this for a living. They don't need to be doing it. Welcome, Humphrey. Good to see you. No, absolutely not. There should never be a plea deal in a quadruple homicide. I'm sorry. Never. Never, ever, ever. It's absolute bullshit. I'm going to pull this article up. We got 83 peeps in here, 47 likes. Guys, please hit the like button. Pretend like you like me for a little bit, please, if you will. Hold on a minute here. Let me find this article. Bingo. So once again, the Idaho Statesman did an interview. Detective Gilbertson, the other lead detective in the case, next to that excuse, thinks he's a police officer, Brett Payne. This is the other side of it. I'm so pissed off I can't even talk, guys. I'm sorry. Welcome, Miss Q. Good to see you. Make sure you're hitting the like button, folks, please, and thank you. I'll give it just a couple more minutes to make sure we got everybody in here before I get rolling because I don't want anybody to miss this. You all need to hear every bit of this. It's very important to me. CZ, welcome back. Good to see you. We'll take it just a few more minutes, guys, to make sure everybody's here. And then, again, forewarning, as I read these parts of this interview, I'm probably going to stop and go off. So just a heads up and a forewarning. This is us, folks. Understand that. This is our rights. This could happen to every one of us. This could happen to our children. I'm telling you, it is not okay at all. If mainstream media would have stayed out of this and would have done what they're truly supposed to do, and that is report what happened, that's that, okay? They don't get to be judge, jury, none of that, okay? They should have just reported the crime and stayed the fuck out of it. It's not their business to get in there and go into Brian Koberger's life and put things together and make things up and do this and do that. It's not their business, but they did. And because of what they did, they started the propaganda train, as I've been calling it, and ran this kid all the way until they had him convicted in the court of public opinion. And here we are. Teresa Furlong, welcome. Texas Ranger, good to see you. He didn't have to take the plea, but did he? Did he or did he not have to do it, Texas? If this kid wanted to have any kind of a life down the road, I think that's why he had to take the plea. Nobody understands it yet, but I think we will. You're right. He didn't have to. I'm telling you, I think he did. He was cornered. In my opinion, he was cornered and backed up. He was backed into a corner and had no other choice. And that's why this happened. That's why he took the plea, in my opinion. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. I don't give a shit. And I'll call it out. I'll eat crow. I don't care. I've said that. But at this point, I don't think I am. I do not think I am. I have seen so much absolute corrupted bullshit within this case. I've never seen anything like this in my life. And I pray to God we never do. Okay. That is the only way they could get the death penalty off the table was for him taking that plea. And that saved his life. Ann did her job in that aspect. Okay. But like I said, if it wasn't for the media, this wouldn't have happened like this. And they used this. Prosecution and law enforcement used the media. They verified they did. They were okay with it to crucify this kid. And most of it is not even true. And there's the biggest problem right there. If I sound a little wild, folks, because I'm that upset and irritated that my words aren't coming out the right way. So my apologies right up front. Please forgive. I don't think so, Texas. I don't think it would have worked that way at all. Hold on one second. Hello. She's in the living room watching TV. Sorry about that. This makes sense. My wife's phone was dead. Miss Paula, good morning. Firefly, hello. Mittens for Kittens, good to see you. And as far as the complaints that came through WSU, I saw what you said there, Firefly. And I respect that, but I don't believe all those. I don't believe all those. Okay. And here's the thing, just because the kid's different doesn't mean he's a murderer. Just saying. That doesn't make him a murderer. Even if those are true. Okay. What I want to know is I want to see the dates on the fact that the dates specifically that the complaints were made and the types of complaints. And we'll go over that. We're going to go through all that reading too, folks. Okay. But I'm just telling you, because you're weird or you're different doesn't make you a murderer. I'm sorry. And I'm more pissed off about the things that have been fabricated, okay, that aren't true. Even if, let's say that Brian did do this per se, then do it the right way. Find him guilty in a court, in a judicial system, not through mainstream media or YouTube or whatever else, but do it the right way and prove that he did it. They can't do that. They couldn't do that. They weren't going to do that. That's why this happened. What's up, Hemisphere? Good to see you. William Tardy, Gen 7, welcome back. Bemmy Rose, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Busy's fizzing around in here. Come on in, grab a seat. And also, listen, guys, if there's somebody in here that has a differing opinion than what we may have or I may have, let them have their opinion. Please be respectful of each other. I don't want anybody to be nasty to each other because you have different thoughts and feelings. That we're not going to do that in here, okay? Even myself, I may think that what I think, but everybody has the right to their feelings, and everybody will still respect each other. Or I will really end up going off. Death Valley, good to see you. Lisa Hawkins, welcome. Christina, great to see you as well. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Hit that like button, please, if you will, and share this out. And I will here shortly throw the link in. Warning label. Nina, welcome. Absolutely. If it would have went to trial all the way, okay, and a jury found him guilty, then yeah, absolutely. I have no choice. 100%. If they proved in there that he did this in the trial, that's what I wanted to see, Nina. 100%. I would absolutely accept that. That's all I wanted was a trial. I don't see it though. And I'm going to show you here in a minute. Well, I'm about to read to you why I don't accept it. Okay. Ricky Tran, good to see you, buddy. Thank you for joining us, Nina. And again, guys, I know there's people in here that have different opinions than some of us do. They will be treated with absolute respect. Understand that. Or the people that disrespect will be gone. Please and thank you. That's all I'm asking you guys. Don't be hating. Good to see you. No, 100. That's a good question, Nina. I like that. Thank you for asking that question. But yes, I would absolutely have no choice at that point. If he got a real jury in a jury trial, welcome, Kara. Thank you for joining us. And they proved that this is what he did. They showed the evidence. They did all of this. They were transparent as to what went on in the investigation. All of that. Then yes, ma'am. I would be beyond grateful with this. I would. Aquarian, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, it's not even about, that's a good point, Meg. Meg's making. It's not even about Brian Koberger at this point, folks. It's about the investigation and what seems to be which absolutely seems to be one of the most corrupt investigations I've ever seen in my life. Okay, so that's truly what it's about. Unfortunately, Brian falls on the end of this. Okay, so it does lead back to him. So yeah, but it's not about Brian Koberger. It's not about him at all. Because like I said before, I don't truly care whether he did it or not. Okay. Um, the fact is there's no justice for the victims of this at all. None. And this makes it worse. This is definitely not going to be justice. Okay. All right, we got 112 of you guys in here, guys. Please make sure to hit the like button and share this out if you would. And again, thank you for everybody that's jumped in here. Even people that may have differing opinions, I really appreciate and respect you being here. And I want everybody to respect everybody with different and oppositional opinions as well. Oh, I'm hot, Benny. I'm really hot. That's why I'm like that. So exactly, ATS. Exactly. That's a good point, Midnight. I like that statement. The way that people were so eager to find proof of guilt in his autistic behavior makes RFK's ideas about an autistic registry even more concerning. I have to agree. Being the parent of an autistic child, I have to agree. We can all have opinions on this. None of us were there, or if you were there, I don't want to know. But good point. But opinion is all we have. That's right. That's right. Amen. And thank you, Nina, for saying that. Thank you very much. And I know, like I said, I know there's people that feel different about this. Truly, okay. Yeah, Robert F. Kennedy is talking about putting together a autistic registry, folks. I'm not comfortable with that, but that's a whole other subject. And there's a political aspect on side of it, so I'm not going to get into that today, but it's there. It's something that was talked about. Yeah, Fizzy, it's wild. Welcome, Wadeberg. Good to see you today. That's it. That's it, Meg. Thank you, too. As long as people are respectful, I want to hear all opinion. I've listened to it for almost 3 years, folks. Other people, the other side of this, but no, not with what I've seen. I've never seen an investigation run like this before, and this makes no sense to me as to why it's okay. So, and I'm gonna show you why right here. I mean, we're hearing from the lead investigators in this case, and they're out here saying that's not true. This didn't happen. That didn't happen, and people are still running with it. We've heard the prosecutor himself say that didn't happen. This didn't happen. This wasn't like this, and people are still running with that. You know what I mean? Stop doing that. Follow the facts. That's it. When the facts point to something and they show you something, then take it for what it is. Stop fighting against it because you want him to be guilty so bad. That's insane to me. Oh, yeah, I know. I got you, Wade. I got you. We're going to go back through that. Would you say don't be hating? Let me find you. Kara Willis, it's wonderful to see you in here today. It's been a while. It's great to have you back. It depends on what comes out. Many things come to light at trial. I usually accept court findings, but Richard, right. And that's a good point too, Hayden. It is. Like I said, if they would have given a trial on this and did it right, okay, and proven, showing the proof that all this proof that this prosecution supposedly had and put it out there. I told you guys almost 3 years ago. Show me he did it. I want to see that he did it so we know that this is the right person. That's it. And it's not been. I'm fucking over it, folks. I am telling you, it's ridiculous. These reporters should be ashamed of themselves. The things that they say and put out and it's just insane to me. What are we talking about? It's not about my narrative. Did somebody say that to you, Nina? Screw my narrative. The truth, right? That's the where it should be. Truth and justice is the only narrative there should be. That's a fact. All right, let me show some of this here before we get. Well, wait a minute. That's a good point too. Thank you. Don't be hating. Good point. That's right. She's a truth burger. That's what it's about, folks. Truth. This is a truth channel. Many of us are here for truth. Okay. We're not here for Brian. We're here for truth. I know that my channel is here for truth and justice. I know that truth, Lena, she's here for truth. She fights day after day after day and works her ass off to point to and to go find the truth. Jules, she's looking for truth. Okay. There's many of us channels that's what we're here for. We're not here just to defend Brian. We're not here because we love Brian. We're here because we want to see truth. Speaking of which, hey, what's up, Lana? Morning and good to see ya. Pazan. I hope you're having a good day, sis. Thanks for joining us today. Aquarian, welcome. Bingo. That's 100% what it is. MSM needs to be put on blast like you wouldn't believe. There should be, I don't even know how to explain this, but I know it sounds dumb, folks, but there should be laws, okay? There should be laws put in place that they can't go out here and do this bullshit and tell lies, make up lies just to follow their narrative to get their ratings higher. That's bullshit. I'm sick of that. Stuart Jones, good morning and welcome. Good to see you, sir. Well, that's the problem, is that's why people don't know where the truth is anymore, Stuart, because there has been so much bullshit. Integrity, they don't even know how to spell that. Morning. Do your thing, girl. Do your thing. Enjoy yourself. Relax. It is Sunday. I just couldn't hold this back. I had to throw this out because I'm tired of this shit. If you got the weather I got, hopefully it clears up because it rained last night. It was hotter than hell here yesterday. Probably the hottest day we've had yet this year. At least it felt like it. Mystica, welcome. Good to see you. Miss Krista, thank you again for those memberships. And welcome. Good to see you today. Michelle Wetta, welcome back. Good to see you. There you go. There you go, girl. I love it. My wife would agree with you. Yes, she would. She hasn't started that yet, but she probably will, probably about 2 o'clock. Beach Babe, welcome. Good to see you. Miss Q, thank you for joining us. You want to stop lying. Media Smith Modernization Act, it allows propaganda. That needs to go away then, Miss Q. That needs to be outlawed, in my opinion. Truly need, especially in a case with a basis like this, absolutely needs to be outlawed. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna get into this, and like I said, guys, I will put the link in here because I want to hear Jesse. Anybody that wants to pop up and throw their opinion at me with this too, we'll do it. So let me jump into this real quick here. I was just trying to wait till we got everybody in here that was popping in before I got started. I don't want to have to start it again. Let's see. I'm sure a lot of you guys saw this Idaho Statesman interview. Okay. Let's see here. We know what I'm not going to read the entire thing. Thanks, Lana. Thanks for being here, hon. I hope you're having a great day. But anyway, I'm not going to go through this whole thing. It'll take me forever. Okay. but I'm going to read in as much of the important parts as I can. No, 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 no. Moscow police Corporal Brett Payne arrived at a white three-story house in a neighborhood. I might have to have Tomboy pop up here and help me read today too because of my laryngitis shit. Misty Jane, good to see you. And love back to summer. Oh, hold on. Thank you, Michelle, for that membership. Sorry about that. I can't see it right now, but congrats to whoever received it. And thank you so much, Michelle. God bless. Appreciate your generosity there. KP, what it do? How are you? Good to see you. All right. Off the University of Idaho's campus in Moscow on November 13th to 22. It was 2 hours after a 22-year-old rookie patrol officer first reported back to emergency dispatch about a homicide recorded on the 911 call. Payne walked through the crime scene for his initial pass that Sunday afternoon. Items were strewn about like that of a typical college student. Payne wrote in a police report he noticed nothing out of the ordinary on the first floor. That changed as he and one of the officers who initially responded walked upstairs. There is a small second-floor bedroom. Payne saw a young woman, later identified as Anna Kernodle, with numerous stab wounds on her arms, hands, and face, lying on the floor next to her bed. He wrote in his report she was dead. Behind her, still in bed and partly covered by a blanket, was her boyfriend, Ethan Chapin. He was also dead. Payne continued upstairs to the third floor where he saw two young women, later identified as childhood best friends, Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogan, lying in bed beside each other, also dead, the report read. Next to the women was something out of place. Payne immediately spotted a key piece of evidence. According to Idaho State Police, Lieutenant Darren Gilbertson, a leather knife sheath. That's bullshit right there. Payne relayed that detail to Gilbertson, who got to Moscow about half hour later with his team. Police called Gilbertson in quickly to assist in what was the first quadruple homicide of his 20-year career. We knew it was important. We knew it didn't fit there, Gilbertson told the Idaho Statesman. Obviously, we knew that it appeared all four were killed by a knife, and probably the same one. There we go. Thank you, Tandy. Guys, please make sure if you have not yet, which I'm sure you all have, subscribe to Truth and Transparency with the awesome Miss Lana there. Please do that. Hit the notification bell so you don't want to miss anything she puts out ever. And make sure you like everything she's put out as well, guys. Go check it out. I promise you won't be disappointed. Lana puts in more work on this platform than anybody I know, and I promise you that's a fact. So please go over, support, show some love where it belongs, I'm sorry, and where it's owed with Miss Lana at Truth and Transparency. Sorry, guys, I got distracted. That's awesome. Good idea. Welcome, Carl. Good to see you. So, other potential clues were sparse. It soon became clear to Gilbertson, then a sergeant who drove up from Lewiston, that he was observing a senseless act of brutality against four college students. He told the Statesman what he called a true whodunit that would require all of his focus to try and solve. All right, now that's the basis with this. So I'm going to scan through this, guys, and show you the points that set me off, okay? Moscow police officers secured the home to give detectives their best chance at finding the killer, Gilbertson said. Not even James Fry, then the local police chief, and a former investigator entered the crime scene. For hours, police waited to begin collecting evidence until a search warrant was approved at about 5 p.m., Gilbertson said. Well, we know that's not true because they were all over that, okay? I would love to talk to Pixlr. Amen to that one. I would love to. If he does that, Lana, I'd love to join you on that one. I'd love to listen to what he has to say. Thank you, Tandy. All right, so on we go. And we know that this crime scene was not secured the way it should have been. We know that it was a corrupted, contaminated crime scene. I'm sorry, and it wasn't handled the right way. So that's one of the first bullshit things I'm gonna call out right there. I'm down. Awesome, awesome, Lana. That's awesome. Please do and let me know. Um, Give me a minute. I'm trying to get to the point here. Hold on. Okay, so the next day, November 14th, the investigators focused on. Congrats, Kelly. Welcome to the sauce. Appreciate you coming back, dear. Always happy to have you here. Awesome. Sounds good, Lana. Thank you, hon. And they're saying that nobody went into that. Nobody went in there until 5 p.m. I don't. That's bullshit. We know that that's not true, but okay. Um, Whatever. A former U.S. Marine, Gilbertson had particular familiarity with the lethal weapon used two members of the issued two members of the military branch, and he knew with certainty that someone wielding that combat style knife could have carried out such carnage. He added. The tips of K-bar knives are shown to break off, are known, I'm sorry, not shown, known to break off when used in combat, Gilbertson said. That didn't happen in this attack. And no parts of the murder weapon have ever been recovered. That's an interesting thought. Remember that, folks. um, all right, here we go. We wanted to protect that information from any potential, the suspect is still out there. Dollinger said last week, so if we let it slip or let it be known that we're looking specifically for a K-bar, that would tip them off that we found the sheath and that we've got a piece of evidence here. Um, okay. Once down. Come on now. So, a common idea persists, including among law enforcement, that if homicide investigations go without an arrest in the first 48, the likelihood that the case will be solved significantly drops off. Dollinger didn't know whether there was any truth to the 48-hour rule, but he said after chasing down lead after lead, he began to feel like the investigators might be running out of possibilities. You have those ups and downs, that roller coaster of emotions daily, he told the statesman, excitement about a new lead. And then it's dashed, something else comes up, and then it's dashed, and it just wears you down. Whatever. Give me a minute here. So there we are again. Okay, coming back to this. This video right here shows the unmarked police car driving in circles, patrolling, as it stated. Okay, and in turn, we know that Brett Payne went and, in a sense, reenacted this, ran the car under the lights to see what it looks like, to see if it looks like a tan sedan, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. He knew that this vehicle that was out here at these times going in circles was the silver sedan that was driven by the plainclothes police officers that night. But he let it go. He let it go. They kept going with it. He allowed people to say that that's Brian Koberger, knowing that it wasn't. Okay. Welcome, Heather. Good to see you. This is one of the lead detectives. Okay. He took an oath to uphold the truth. Welcome straight from the horse's mouth. Good to see you, my friend. Okay. So an oath to uphold the truth and justice, right? You knew that that wasn't his car, but you let them do it. You let them do it and keep going with it and keep going with it. You let them do it. Yeah, good job there, officer. Okay, trying to get to this point here. Hold on. The investigation had an early run of quick wins, Gilbertson said, by obtaining new evidence, including more security footage to help piece together the 4 student victims' nights and clearing various suspects through interviews and cross-referencing whereabouts. But the case grew from days to weeks old. National media attention continued to intensify without a suspect, and the case soon stretched into December. Othram continued trying to flip the DNA profile from the knife sheath into a family name. They continued trying to flip the DNA profile from the knife sheath into a family name. Think about how that sounds when I'm reading that. The lab had begun to land on distant relatives connected to it through ancestry databases, but still no direct hit. On almost a daily basis, Dollinger said investigators would have another possible suspect to rule out. They chased claims that a dealer was selling drugs. Listen to these things, okay? Listen to these things very closely, folks. They chased claims that a dealer was selling drugs to fraternities and sororities on campuses. On campus, I'm sorry. According to records and a tip about a man in his 60s in Kitsap County, Washington, near Seattle, who drove a white Hyundai Elantra and was accused of trying to entice children. Pavarotti did a video on that one, folks. I don't know if you've seen it, but he did. And it's pretty much, it's absolute. Investigators also reviewed sale records of K-bar knives all over Idaho and Washington. One of the reports showed from Boise to Coeur d'Alene to Spokane to Seattle. I'm sorry. We were trying to find whatever connection we could, and we were looking at all potential angles, right? Dollinger said. Very early on, we were like, oh, okay, this could have been drug-related. Could it have been family-related? Could it have been both? It doesn't say that, but I'm saying drug and family-related. Could it have been? We've talked about all that stuff, guys. We've talked about it all, okay? Just saying. What's up? Scully, good to see you, brother. Matt Emlo, good to have you here. It's so good to see you, Heather Mosher. It's been a while. Wonderful to have you here. If I missed anybody, I am me. Good to see you. I will catch up with you guys. I promise. So, could it have been family related? Could it have been? I mean, there were a million different theories out there, and we had to kind of test each one of them and ask some questions. And most of them got dashed very quickly because you didn't follow up with them. You didn't follow up with any of them. Okay. Investigators reviewed bank records, social media accounts, dating apps, and other records for any piece of information. The investigation dragged on, still with no news on the DNA, the case's most promising evidence. Lead investigators felt like they'd hit a wall now in the 5th week. So you hear how they're explaining this DNA thing, guys? We know that's not how this went. Okay? We know that's not how this went. Day after day, after day after day, we're chasing down thousands of tips and leads, and nothing is producing anything. Hold on here. Sorry, guys. Just give me one quick second. Trying to keep from losing my voice. What is going on? Give me a second. Why is that happening there? Hold on. Okay. Gilbertson said, as one example, a partial footprint that police found on the home's 2nd floor and detailed with a diamond-shaped pattern in the probable cause affidavit never got them anywhere, he said. Needing a spark, investigators asked Othram to halt its efforts after it built the DNA profile. Now listen to this, okay? Which we know a lot of this stuff already. I just want you guys to clearly hear this. To halt its efforts after it built the DNA profile needed for use in IgG. The FBI stepped in and took over. Federal agents were handed full access to the profile on December 13th when they began combing through databases for a match, Gilbertson said. They had further resources and some capabilities that we thought may get us somewhere quicker. Basically, they cheated is what they did and did something they weren't supposed to do. They went through and used, I think it's called Heritage, which is like a 23andMe type place. Okay. That's how they ended up getting this. And it's not I don't want to say sanctioned, but it's not something they're supposed to do. They're not supposed to do that way, but they did. Okay. He told the statesman at a news conference, and so we made the decision to then shift that to the FBI and continue that process. My Heritage. Thank you, Tardy, or William Tardy. That's what it's called. Yes, My Heritage, folks. Just 6 days later, on the evening of December 19th, Payne and Gilbertson got a call. The FBI had a name, Brian Kohberger. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, they knew that name in November. Okay? I don't care what they put out, what they say. They knew that name in November. That's all I'm going to tell you. As quickly as we had it, he went to work, he said. Kohberger was a graduate. We don't need to know that. We already know everything we know about Brian. We know it. I'm just trying to get to these points. Kohberger wasn't in Pullman when investigators said that they learned that same night he'd left for the holiday break from school to return to Eastern Pennsylvania, where he was from and his family still lived. Welcome, I am me. The next day, December 20th, the FBI dispatched to his parents' home in the Pocono Mountains. Gilbertson said he declined to provide specifics. Imagine that. Citing confidential operations, but agents were inside the tucked away gated community and confirmed Kohberger was there, Gilbert said, told the statesman. So they're not going to tell you what illegal things they did. They began around the clock surveillance of the Kohberger family home, Gilbertson said, as Idaho investigators hurriedly worked toward establishing the grounds for an arrest warrant. The investigation, which had expanded into its 6th week, moved quickly at that point. Now we're coming up on some of these important things. On December 23rd, sorry guys. On December 23rd, Payne received a search warrant for the location data from Kohberger's cell phone. It showed at least a dozen visits to the coverage area of the cell tower, which we know that's all bullshit. Because Brian went from Pullman into Moscow and drove by that area to get there. It showed him on that tower. That's all that is. Okay. You can't stalk. Sarge likes to say you can't stalk somebody stalk somebody at 40 miles an hour, folks. You can't. The car never stopped. It was ongoing every time. Okay. It never stopped anywhere. It just drove by because he's going to stores and going to doctor's appointments and restaurants and all these other things. That's what he's doing. Okay. All of these occasions, except for one, occurred in the late evening and early morning hours of their respective days. 4 days later, on December 27th, investigators waited for their chance and took trash. Now, here we go. Took trash from the Kohberger home. Payne wrote in the report it was flown to the Idaho State Police Crime Lab for analysis, where analysis the next day matched a discarded Q-tip as the father of the single source DNA found at the crime scene in Moscow. Payne filed for an arrest warrant on the 29th, which a judge granted, and he and Gilbertson made plans to immediately fly to Pennsylvania. Now, we all know what happened. They raided his house. They did overkill, as always, kicked in the door, busted the windows with SWAT, did this, that, and everything else, which none of it had to happen. Okay? Never had to happen. So, moving through this. Understand something, and it's in here. We were told that when Brian was arrested that they caught him because he was found sorting through garbage, separating it, and then in turn putting it in his neighbor's garbage can. That is not true. And it's in here. Detective Gilbertson says that is not true. That never happened. Brian was wearing like the yellow dishwashing rubber gloves because you have to separate your garbage there because some stuff is recyclable, some stuff is not. That is exactly what he was doing. 100%. Okay. Never happened, folks. There's one lie that we were told by law enforcement and or mainstream media. I'd like to find the source exactly of these things and 100% scream that person's name about the lies that they put out there. So, hold on here. Oh, guys, give me one quick second. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. Yes, never happened. Never happened, Texas. All right, so Tomboy, check Discord if you don't mind, dear. Bear with me, guys. I'm getting to the other point that I was trying to make. Oh, sneaky butt. Mama Bear just joined us. Good morning, Mama Bear.
Hello.
Oh, I can hardly hear you. Hold on. There we go. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
There we go. Wonderful to see you, Mama Bear. Thank you for being here today.
Of course.
Oh, and hold on. And there's the Tomboy. Welcome, Tomboy, for being here too.
Good morning.
All right, let me get to this point here. I'm trying to find it too. And like I said, I don't want to go through this whole thing, guys. I just have to get to these main points I want to read. One second. All right, let's get here. And later on down the road, I can go back and we can go through this whole thing word for word if we need to. But there's specificities, you know what I mean? Specific things. Sorry, I can't talk. It's still too early for me. And I've only had 2 cups of coffee, believe that or not. And certain things in here that I want to point out to you for a reason. All right, here we go. Koberger didn't say much of anything about the case in Moscow as he returned to his coursework at WSU. Pierce told the Statesman days after his arrest, but he was tracking it, Gilbertson said. On Koberger's phone, investigators found saved screenshots of local news stories about the students' deaths, he said. Well, I'll be damned. Shame on you, Brian, for being a criminology student and looking into a local murder. Wow. That's abnormal, guys. It's really abnormal. I'm sorry. Just an hour earlier, members of state and federal law enforcement burst into Koberger's parents' home to arrest him and execute a search warrant. Koberger was already awake upstairs and appeared to be sorting miscellaneous garbage, Gilbertson said. During overnight surveillance in the days leading up to his arrest, Koberger was observed once very late at night walking in dark clothing around his parents' neighborhood. but reports that law enforcement witnessed him throwing trash away in his neighbor's garbage were untrue. One more time. Untrue. That did not happen. So Gray Hughes and Drunk Turkey and Ashley Smashfield and Nancy Disgrace and all the rest of you, stop saying that it happened. It didn't happen. It's a lie. It's a made up piece of shit story to make this kid look crazy and guilty. It didn't happen. So stop. Okay? That came from the lead detective's mouth. It never happened. Sorry, guys.
Oh, just wait till you get a little further in this.
Oh, there's more coming, folks. There's more coming, I promise. But that's one of the first, I'm not going to say bombs, but golden nuggets in this case that is a bunch of bullshit. And yes, Kelly, that's a fact. A whole bunch of it. A whole bunch of it. All right. So I think that was online stuff, Gilbertson told the Statesman. We did not ever, through surveillance, see that or observe that at all. No, Gilbertson, that came from MSM, okay? That came directly to us, and Mama Bear and Tomboy, you can verify this, that came directly to us via mainstream media. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Koberger made a break for it as police forcefully entered and tried to get downstairs, headed for his room in the basement, he said. Included on a search warrant list of the dozens of items. Oh, I'm sorry. I went too far. I skipped a paragraph. I'm sorry. Let me back up one more time. So again, let me read this paragraph to you one more time. During overnight surveillance in the days leading up to his arrest, okay, Koberger was observed once very late at night walking in dark clothing around his parents' neighborhood. Brian liked to go out at night. He didn't sleep, and he walked and he jogged. So be it, okay? But reports that law enforcement witnessed him throwing trash away in his neighbor's garbage were untrue, as we said. Gilbertson said that the reports that claimed that they saw Koberger using bleach to clean his car, which he drove back to Pennsylvania with his father, were also false. Once again, who did we hear say that? Gray Hughes, Drunk Turkey, mainstream media. They took these things and ran with this. And I don't know how many people I've had come in here and I've seen all over YouTube talk about how he bleached his car. Shut up. No, he didn't. He did not do that. So once again, that's two nuggets now. Okay? Once again, I think that was online stuff, Gilbertson told the Statesman. We did not ever, through surveillance, see that or observe that at all. Are you going to stop saying it now? Or can you not do that because you're obsessed with making up stories about how this kid did this? Okay? Included on the search warrant were a list of dozens of items police seized from the Koberger home were a Glock handgun, 2 items identified as a green leafy substance. I'm going to tell you that was probably weed. And a book with an underlining in page 118. Now, they made a big deal about this book that it was probably a how to kill people type book thing. As stupid as that sounds. But that I've heard stories that people are putting out there saying that it was some kind of a book like that would help a serial killer figure out what he was going to do. Okay? I'm just saying. Shut up. It's not true. It's bullshit. Once again. Do you know what the book was? It was a self-help book. Okay? Jules of all trades. For those of you, please drop Jules' link in here, guys, by the way. If you don't follow her, you should, because she puts out factual information. She does a great job as well. I have nothing but massive respect for Jules. She does an amazing job. Welcome, Elliot. Good to see you. And it was not. That's what I'm so tired of hearing it. It was not an Elliot Rogers book. It was not the manifesto of Elliot Rogers, A Real Man's World. None of that. It was not. That's another story that was made up, whether it be mainstream media or some of these other idiotic creators that likes to put this stupid shit out to follow the narrative that they want it to be. Thank you, Meg. And SRB, welcome SRB. Good to see you, dear. There's the link for Jules. Go check her out, guys. I promise if you don't follow her, you will after that. And all it was, page 118 was underlined, okay? All it said on that page, folks, I can't remember word for word. I could pull it up and show you, but I don't have the time right now. I'll tell you what it said, though. And Jules put it out in her video as well. And it says basically how to go forward in life to achieve another goal, basically, is what it is. That's all it was. It's a self-help book. I can't remember the exact name of the book right now, but it was written by a female author that has multiple books out like this for self-help. That's all it is. Nothing to do with Elliot Rogers, Ted Bundy, any of this other stupid shit that I've heard. It had nothing to do with that, folks. It's just one more thing that these people are using to run the propaganda train down the track to make this kid look guilty. That's all it was. A self-help book of all things. And he underlined one thing, okay? It could have meant, when he overcame his addiction issues. It could have meant that he was moving off to another area to start a new chapter of his life to go forward in his education process. Any of those things it could have been. Had nothing to do with killing anybody, okay? It's insane. And that's another funny thing. A female author wrote this, okay? If he was an incel, you think he'd have bought that book? I don't. Sorry. The suspected drugs were marijuana, again, according to a police report, in a state where cannabis is legal for medical purposes. Mind you, Brian has dyspraxia, okay, which causes painful joint pain in your hands and your elbows and things like that. Gee, I wonder why he was having that. Just saying. It was found in a spare room of the home, so it was unclear whether the marijuana was Kohberger's. It could have been his dad's. His dad could have been hiding from his mom. Who knows? You know what I mean? Gilbertson said that the handgun was registered to him and found in his lower level bedroom with 3 empty magazines on the record of sale. Legal as hell. And again, he didn't take it with him to Idaho to commit these murders that they're saying he did. I wonder. Okay. On we go. I'm surprised that they didn't try to put that out there. The book, here it is, guys. I should have read forward. I'm sorry. Gilbertson said was titled Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway by Susan Jeffers. A self-help book about techniques for turning anger and indecision into action. Gilbertson didn't know what had been underlined, but he said it remains in police evidence. And that's what it was. When Jules pulled it up and looked at it, that's what they underlined on 118. Was basically how to go forward in life and into a new situation and be successful. So obviously, techniques for turning anger into and indecision into action. Brian was trying to become a better person. Imagine that. A mass killer trying to become a better person.
Wasn't that book from PA?
Yes. That they found that when they did his when they served the warrant. Once again, Kohberger's disposition during their interview was calm and relaxed. Payne told reporters Kohberger didn't ask why he was there until deep into their conversation. Gilbertson said that the suspect showed no signs of anger, concern, or the appearance of being rattled, Gilbertson said. There was none of that, he said. That was very strange to be going through and seeing that type of behavior. His expressions is what you see in court. Direct eye contact. He stares directly at you. Brian Kohberger is autistic, folks. Okay? A lot of autistic people, I have a child that's autistic, take things very seriously. Okay? And they relate to things very seriously. Understand? So if you feel that you have no connection to a situation, you feel that you have no reason to be worried, okay, because you know that you weren't involved in something, why would you be upset?
Right.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But when he and Payne referenced the case in Moscow, Kohberger shut down and no longer had interest in talking because I think at that point he realized they were talking to him about that then, because they knew he was from that area. He knew he was from that area, that he lived over there. In turn, that to me said, okay, now I know why you're talking to me. But he never expected or suspected that until they brought it up. What does that say to you? I had nothing to do with this, so why would I think that you're here for that? Shut down and no longer had interest in talking. Gilbertson said he sat back in his chair, said he had the utmost respect for law enforcement, but that he had a constitutional right to an attorney. According to the report, the two Idaho detectives concluded the interview, and he absolutely did the right thing right there. During his nearly 2.5 years in jail awaiting trial, Kohberger had hundreds of mostly video calls that were monitored by police, only with his mother, father, and two older sisters outside of those with his attorneys. Gilbertson said that his mother and father were on almost all the calls with his sisters. Also, his sisters also there most of the time, he said. In none of the discussions did Kohberger's family ever talk about the murders with their son and brother. Gilbertson said instead the calls hovered on completely trivial stuff, he said, and never broached the issue of whether he killed the 4 students. That's amazing to me that it didn't come up at all, ever. Maybe because there was nothing to talk about because he had no clue what the hell happened.
Exactly.
Not one bit, Gilbertson said. The closest they would ever get is maybe speaking just briefly about the next motion or hearing coming up. And something good's going to come out of what we have coming up next, even as they lost motion after motion after motion. And that pisses me off so much, because through this whole thing, him and his family stayed positive, thinking, knowing, because he had nothing to do with this, that he was going to walk away from this, and still got railroaded all the way into this. At Kohberger's sentencing hearing last month, attended by his mother and one of his sisters, Kohberger donned silver shackles and belly chains with an orange jumper. It was the first time in more than 2 years that the defendant appeared inside a courtroom in anything other than a shirt and tie. Members of the victims' families filled the seats for the chance to describe how deeply his actions have scarred them. But we all know how that went because we watched it. So, Kohberger bought a K-bar knife and sharpener on Amazon in March of 22. While still living in Pennsylvania, Thompson said he also later tried to delete or alter his purchase history with the online retailer. He told the court that is not true. That is a lie. Once again, right there, this is the man that needs to be sitting in jail. This is the man that is in charge of all of this. This is the man that is the one that everybody answers to. That is the man that should be sitting in jail right now, in my opinion. In addition, since Kohberger moved to the region, his phone connected to the cell tower that serves the King Road neighborhood 23 times. God forbid you go to dinner, you go to the grocery store, you go to the barber, you go to the doctors, you go to the movies. God forbid you do that. Once again, folks, there's nothing in Pullman. Moscow has everything. He drove through that area. He never got there. Like Sarge says, you can't stalk at 40 miles an hour, folks. The car never stopped. It was ongoing the whole time. You have to drive through these areas around within, I can't remember the exact footage, but near this tower, it's going to pick you up. But it never solidly locked him down at one specific spot. Okay. Never happened. Prosecutorial misconduct, legendary. That's my feelings on it, why he should be in jail. Because of the way that he did these things, the way that he allowed for these things to happen. He did not prosecute this case in a legal sense, in my opinion. He allowed for things to happen that never should have happened. He was the guy that everybody answered to. He made the decisions, and he knew what he was doing and still did it. He knew that car that was seen driving around did not belong to Brian Kohberger, and he still allowed for it. Those things are criminal to me. I'm sorry. Kohberger's cell phone also was turned off for about 2 hours the morning of the murders, including the window when police believe he killed the poor students. Thompson said his phone location data also indicated he returned to the King Road coverage area later that morning between 9:12 and 9:20. Well, gee, he drove by again. Sorry. According to the probable cause affidavit signed by Payne, the King Road neighbor's security camera did not show Kohberger's white Elantra again between those times. So he was never seen at the house again. Okay. He drove by the coverage area one more time. Later that day, Kohberger's cell data showed that he traveled from Pullman South to the area of Clarkston, Washington, and Lewiston, Idaho, about 8 hours after the King Road murders. The affidavit read, their surveillance video showed he exited his Elantra, consistent with suspect vehicle 1, from the neighbor's security footage and walked into an Albertsons in Clarkston. Now, do you see how they put that in there? They're still trying to make you believe that that car is Brian's car. That is criminal to me. That is what needs to be shut down. So he went to the grocery store, folks. That's what he was doing. Once again, God forbid. So you got to eat, okay? The only thing, I'll be honest with you guys, because I'll be real. I always try to be. The only thing that I have ever questioned here, okay? And I'm sure others have. And I've only questioned it because they never showed us a receipt. They've never showed us anything more about that. And of course, Brian never spoke on it. I did a quick search for prosecutorial misconduct, found only a few cases. Yeah, I'm sure, Legendary, and I get it. It's just my feelings on the situation because of what he allowed and the things that he did. It's just how I feel it should be. I'm sure it would never happen, okay? I'm sure it would never happen. It's just my thoughts, and it's kind of pathetic that it doesn't ever get dealt with the way it should.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you for the input too, Legendary. I appreciate you. It's the case's lead investigator acknowledged that it's also possible that when Kohberger drove to Lewiston, he could just have wanted to get out of town to burn off a lot of nervous energy a matter of hours after the crime. Or he could have just did what he always does and likes to drive and go out, doing different things. He didn't have a whole lot of friends. He didn't have a whole lot of a life, folks, other than work and school. What else did he have to do? He didn't know anybody in this area.
He didn't want to know anybody.
That's
He'd go out at night because that's when the least amount of people are out and about.
He was not a people.
Want to go walk around the neighborhood at night because there's no other kids and people to bother them.
Right. Amen. Legendary. It is sad. I'm just curious if there are other criminal charges for instances such as those described here, right or wrong. I don't know. That's a good question, Legendary. Very good question. Right. What Mama Bear just said, guys, is, I mean, come on, Oh, by the way, the knife was never found. It wasn't from lack of tips either. There were so many different knives found, you guys, within this investigation, but none of them ever seemed to be the one. And I'm talking about there were other K-bars found, other different knives found laying in bushes, in parking lots, in people's yards. Weird.
Like gutters or something.
What'd you say, Bear?
Wasn't there like something found in gutters or something?
Yes. And like your rain gutters and stuff on your house or your garage.
What?
Weird. But none of them ever seemed like that. In the gutter, it would seem like that was something that was hidden there, on purpose, because who's going to look there for that? But, I feel like the knife and sheath and sharpener could have been bought as a gift and given to somebody. Okay. But let's say it wasn't. Let's say he bought it for himself, that he's traveling across country and he maybe wanted some protection or whatever. Who knows if it was stolen, sold, traded,
Mhm.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Yeah, that one was a steak knife. I do believe you're right, Texas. But nobody knows that. And they don't know that. We don't even know. Like, they found knives at his house on his, on the list of things they found when they served the warrant. One of them is in the script, conveniently. I'd like to know what that is. Just saying. On March of 23, in March of 23, 3 separate people called in to report knives they found discarded throughout the Palouse. According to the reports, one was a K-Bar brand, but it wasn't a match. A year later, another K-Bar was found in the Cascade Mountains. It wasn't anywhere near Koberger's known path of travel and was found with its sheath. We, of course, went through these thousands of times in our hopes trying to locate either clothing that he might have changed out of, or certainly the murder weapon. Extensive searches. I think it's likely that he could have thrown the knife into the river from one of the river bridges. Okay, fine. It's amazing to me how you go into a house, okay, which once again, never proven.
Mhm.
You kill 4 people in 7 minutes. Again, never proven. You leave that house with 0 DNA from any of those victims on you, your car, your office, your parents' home, anything that you own. Not one drop, not one speck of that DNA. The only thing that is found is a tinge of a speck of a piece of skin on a snap button on a sheath with no weapon involved in it, just a sheath that's found at the scene. There's nothing that has been able to connect it. There's no connection. Social media, no stalking. Law enforcement and prosecution told us there was no stalking, no social media stalking. They wanted to find it. They even said themselves, and there was none. Yet alone, these stupid fucking idiots on MSM and these other creators that are putting this shit out keep saying that he was stalking them. Where and when? Anybody? Because it's not true. The prosecutor of the whole thing has said no, he didn't. The lead detective said no, he didn't. So shut up. Stop saying it. It didn't happen. Stick with the facts or don't talk, okay? Because it's wrong. But it's too late now. They already did what they needed to do. The decisive error that led Koberger to leave the knife sheath behind was likely an account of Colonel Gilbertson said she was still awake in the middle of eating a late night order of Jack in the Box delivered by DoorDash. Gilbertson said Colonel likely heard Mogan and Gonsalves in distress and went upstairs to check on them, he said. Bullshit. She certainly did go up the stairs, Gilbertson said. Fortunately, that's what stopped him up there and caused him to screw up and leave the knife sheath. But how does he know that? Explain to me how he would know, because I know she didn't tell him, how she certainly went up the stairs, because we heard something different now. Now, and I'll refer to that because what I read yesterday was Dylan's statement. It's a joke. It's a joke. And it, to me, seems to be full of nothing but lies and bullshit. Would you still have been able to find him without the sheath? That's something Payne and Gilbertson said that they've talked about when asked by a reporter at a news conference. The answer is yes, Payne said. Most likely through Koberger's vehicle. We had some amazing people going truly line by line over tens of thousands of white Hyundai Elantra. So we believe we would have got to it through that avenue. The time frame for it is uncertain. It could have been a week later, could have been 2 months later. The truth is, it was stated that it would have taken a long time. Bill Thompson said it in the interview that I showed you guys himself.
Yep.
At some point, maybe we would have got to him, yes, but it would have been down the road. It would have taken a long time, basically, is what Thompson said. You know why? Because they have no proof that he did it. That's why. None. Absolutely no proof. They have nothing on this kid. Not a damn thing. And that, I'm sorry, And I'll say it again and again and again. The fact that they found DNA on a knife sheath means absolute jack to me. I don't care. You know why? Because if it would have been the right thing to done the right way, we would have talked about it then. But at this point, I won't anymore. They swabbed what they said was the snap on the knife sheath. Okay. Once again, and I always do this if I can find it. The only thing they found that belonged to him was inside a snap like that they say they swabbed with a buccal swab, and they put it in a baggie and they sent it off to Othram. But did they? Did I see it? Mama Bear, did you see them do that? Did you actually see them swab the knife sheath before they sent it off?
No,
Tomboy, did you see them do that, Tomboy? Did she fall asleep?
No, I had to find the right screen to click up the unmute. I didn't see squat.
And we don't know who did see them swab that and send it in a plastic baggie to a lab to be tested. So in that sense, with everything else I've seen, why do I need to believe that actually happened that way? Why didn't you send the whole sheath? Why didn't you do that? And at that point, why didn't you test everything that was on that sheath? Why did you only test that? I don't believe it at this point. I'm sorry. I don't believe it.
Eddie, you are correct. Bomb Toy didn't see
Bomb Toy did not see it. There is no just all due respect, Firefly. This circumstantial evidence, there's none. I'm not ignoring it. There really isn't any. I mean, Tomboy or Bomb Toy or whoever, Mama Bear. What circumstantial evidence do we have that Brian Koberger did this? Please tell me this. I want somebody to tell me.
Well, if they twist it, it's all circumstantial. But they had to manipulate it to make it circumstantial.
The only thing, sorry, real quick. The only thing, and that's right, Firefly. That is the only thing that ever stopped me was there was a purchase that they still didn't prove. They never showed that proof, but okay, I'll take it. A purchase of that knife on Amazon. That's the only thing that ever stopped me and made me think twice. Okay. But they never showed that proof, that full proof. That was also, mind you, an account that his entire family used, not just him. Okay. So how do we know for a fact that Brian himself purchased that with a gift card, they said, or that nobody else in that family did it as a gift for somebody else? We don't know that yet for a fact, but I'll give it that. I gave it that, but they never proved that. So that is the only bit of circumstantial evidence ever presented, in my opinion. And then go ahead, Tomboy. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I was going to say the same thing as you. Anybody could have purchased that because it was a family account, and nobody has proved who actually purchased it.
That's it right there. The fact that his phone was off during the time the crime happened. But see, now Bill Thompson has gone and corrected himself on that now.
His phone wasn't off. It was out of network.
Bingo.
Well, then you got to go listen to them Celebrate people who, they clearly state, there was a picture taken somewhere at Wawaway Park.
Right.
You kind of got that from Ann Taylor, and then the Celebrate people go, oh, he turned his phone off by the side button, but you can't take a picture if your phone is off. So how did the picture get on there at the time if his phone was off? Come on now, people, we're not that stupid.
You're muted.
I know. They've already proven that car that was circling was not his car. That doesn't exist anymore. The knife, yes, I'll give the knife, and I'm still curious about the knife. I want to know what happened with that. I want to hear Did you buy it? If you did, where is it? You need to explain that. That's something I agree with. Okay, that is the only thing that I question here. The
Well,
only
and
thing.
that's what I keep hearing from a lot of people that are lawyers and things, that if Bill Thompson was this great prosecutor, why didn't he in the plea stipulate that Brian had to tell where the weapon was or where the clothes were or whatever the case may be?
That's right. And you know what Bill's answer was to that? I'll tell you why I think he didn't do it. My feelings as to why they didn't do it, because they knew he didn't know. Okay, that's why. But he says it's because, well, why would we believe anything he says at this point?
Huh?
Really? Really? That's your answer. But you do it
Actually,
with anybody else?
Idaho law doesn't require him to allocute.
Well, that's the basis behind it. But he did make the statement.
Right, he did say, why would I agree with the judge? Why would we believe anything he says? Bill Thompson,
Right.
sit the fuck down, shave your damn beard.
How do you explain all his searches about psychopath? Well, the kinky sex schools, because he's a 28-year-old single man, with the sex things, and some of that I would attribute to his schooling and his education,
Or just his curiosity.
or curiosity. I mean, listen, folks, if anybody looked, I said this before, if anybody looked at a lot of our Google searches because we're in true crime, they'd probably go, really? I've looked up Ted Bundy in 17 different ways. I've looked up Richard Ramirez, Jeffrey Dahmer. I've looked up multiple serial killers and history on them and what different things mean covering these cases. I've looked up different medical, what the hell am I trying to say here? Like mental health issues and things like that. He does these things, folks, for his educational purposes, in my opinion. And like I said, I don't know how kinky they were. They never told us. But he's a curious single male that probably, people have questions about things. And that could have actually pertained to certain things within the criminal justice system. So there's that. And I want to see proof of these actual things that he looked up. If that's true, show them to us. Okay. I mean, I don't really want to see it because that's Brian's personal, that's his business. But if you have proof of this, then that should be explained somehow. That's all I'm saying. And that doesn't mean you're a murderer just because you look these things up. Okay. But when you put that together with the fact that people were disturbed by him and his presence, and that's because people don't understand Firefly. I've had my
Anybody
son.
different makes people feel disturbed.
There was a statement read by Frodo himself that said, well, he used to stand there and stare at us. I don't really believe that. I don't.
No.
And I want to know, that's why I want to know, and we're going to read these here shortly, when those statements were made, before or after it was known that Brian was involved in this. That's all I'm going to ask. Because if it was before, okay, we'll talk about it. But if it was after, shut up and sit down. I'm sorry. Because everybody that has come out and made negative comments about him stated it after he was accused of the crime. That's all I'm saying. And like I said, I respect your feelings on this, Firefly. I do. I see why people can believe or want to believe that. But at the same time, I don't, because there's so many things that point away from him now. And even more as we read through these reports. I don't believe it. They paired BK with Chad Daybell. How do we know Chad Daybell was guilty as hell when they found the kids buried in his own property? You lost me on that one for a second, Hemisphere.
They paired BK with.
Right, Kara. I don't either. I don't. I think a lot of these people put these things together. Okay, here's a good instance. I was going to interview Casey, one of Brian's real close friends that interviewed with I can't remember what channel did it with her in the very beginning of this case. Okay, Willie talked to her. They thought about it. She had just gotten a new job, and she declined respectfully because she doesn't want it to come back on her job because people have gone after her. And the one thing she did, and Willie showed me the screenshot that what she said to him when she responded was that anything positive she said about Brian was cut from that clip completely cut out of the interview. So anything that sounded remotely negative or could be turned in a negative way, they left in there. But anything that was positively spoken about him was gone, completely gone. But we were going to talk. Okay. And like I said, she got a new job, things like that. So she's a little nervous about that affecting her job. I absolutely respect and absolutely understand that. And I feel bad because that has happened to a lot of the people that they did speak to that did say anything positive about him. Jeremy, or not Jeremy. I'm sorry. I can't think of his last name right now, but Rich, the guy that Willie interviewed that they know him and Brian both know, said the same thing. And all these people got nervous because they got attacked. If they said anything positive about Brian Koberger, they got attacked. Why is that?
Dago, let me ask you a question. And be honest.
Yes.
How many times have you heard Caden referred to as weird?
More than I would like to explain to you. And it pisses me off to no end.
And it's because people don't understand him.
That's absolutely what the problem is. And my son's not weird. My son's amazing. Okay?
I totally 100% agree.
I know you know that. I'm just saying out loud.
But I think that should say a lot to people who are watching or listening. Just because you don't understand or understand somebody doesn't mean they're weird. It just means you don't understand them.
That's it right there, because they're different. Like Mama Bear said, Mama Bear has children that are, I'm not gonna,
with autism.
Right. Okay. And deals with her kids go to school. They deal with people that are rude. They're mean. They take advantage of them. I did the same thing with my child. And many of you out there are parents that have an autistic child that are different than what the norm is, for lack of better terms, because that word to me just it infuriates me nowadays. The word normal. Okay. What is normal? Who are you to judge what normal is or not? Okay. That's what I'm saying. So, because my son was very outgoing to people and wanted to be friends with everybody when he was younger, he was classified as weird. This pisses me off, so excuse how I react to this, okay? If I start getting all broken up about it, because it makes me so angry knowing what my child went through, because he would approach people and like be in their face and start talking to everybody and wanted to be everybody's friend. And they would, you're weird, go away. What's wrong with you? Why do you act like that? He didn't know. He didn't think anything was wrong with him. But they put it in his mind.
There's not anything wrong with him.
There's not. You know that. I know that. And he knows that now. But for years, he thought there was something wrong with him because he just wanted to be their friend. He just wanted to be included in what they were doing.
And guys, and I will let you know, my son has, it's my twins. I have a boy and a girl that have the autism. My son is extremely antisocial. He spends more time in his room than he does downstairs with the family. But that's what he prefers. It reminds me a lot of Brian. He gets too overstimulated by people's laughter, video games and people talking over. So he does come out of his room. Don't get me wrong. He's got to eat and things, but but he isolates himself, but that's his choice because that's where he's comfortable. And I'm okay with that.
Because he doesn't want the reaction that he knows he's going to get for certain things. Because it hurts.
Mm-hmm.
That's why. And I'll be damned knowing that he probably is the same person, okay? Knows what he went through. This man overcame a lot, folks. He was teased because he was overweight. He lost the weight. He ended up having a heroin addiction, probably to deal with the pain of what he dealt with, knowing
Self-medicating,
self-medication. Yes, absolutely. Well,
self-soothing. Yeah.
100%, because if you don't feel, you don't hurt. And he overcame that. He went to college and received a degree. He was in school getting a doctorate, folks, in criminal justice. He saved a woman's life one time. Sure sounds like a killer to me. But to attack
I
him,
can tell you, my growing up, my sister's friends and uh, I didn't have a lot of friends, but I didn't, even when I would hang, like I didn't even really hang around when I was like in the same room as my sister and her friends. They thought I was weird too, but a lot of it was because I couldn't sit still. I was constantly going. I just I didn't like people. What did you do?
no idea.
I don't know. I pushed a button on accident. Sorry.
I didn't like people. I still don't like people. I don't discriminate. I just hate them all equally. You know?
And that's what I'm saying, you guys, is to condemn this kid because he's different, to make him a murderer because he's different. I'm gonna tell you something else. I don't know what I did here. Hold on. Or Mama Bear did it. That's okay though. To look at this picture here, okay? This woman right here, I watched her hold his hand. I watched her put her hand on his shoulder when she said Brian's innocent. Now, attorneys are attorneys. They're not parents. They're not families, friends. They're not. They don't love you like a parent does or something. But I'm gonna tell you, Eliza Masseth, she showed affection towards him for a reason, in my opinion. Okay, just as much as Ann Taylor did. You don't just. I'm sure they're both mothers, but to see your own child and this person here, and to know what they know that he has told them, I'm sure.
And look at them looking at each other, you know, and Eliza. They're like, okay, now it's time to. We got this. We could do this. Yeah.
And they knew. That's what I get angry when people attack Anne. Okay, and I get why people are
we
going.
know why. We know why. We really know why.
That's not why, you shithead. That's not. I mean, that doesn't help, but still, because I think knowing her history, because I did look into it, and the things that she has stood up against, she's an amazing attorney. Okay, as a defense attorney. Now, she's even said herself, as many other attorneys have, that just because I defend somebody doesn't mean that I think they're innocent. She believes that he's innocent just as much as Eliza does. Okay. But I feel like at this point they knew.
Oh, I think she can prove he's innocent, but nobody, the judge won't.
They won't allow it. They will not allow it. Thank you. That, in my opinion, folks, is why Brian Koberger took a plea deal, because they didn't want him to die. They didn't want him, and he didn't want to have that death penalty added to his life. That he didn't want to lose his life, per se. Sorry for saying that way. But that was the only option they felt like they had at that point. And there's a reason for it. I do truly believe that. And I'm praying I'm right. And I hope we'll see it soon. We only have a few days. Okay. That's why I believe that they think he's innocent, Firefly, because I think they have seen the lack thereof as far as evidence goes. Oh, wait, what did that say? I'm sorry. There is a fascinating study about those who are also ADHD. That would be me. It's like putting someone who is circuited for hunting, gathering, multitasking, and forcing them to sit in a chair. Oh yeah, that's no lie. I'm
I
just telling you.
still can't. If I have to sit still, I'm gonna fall asleep.
That's what happens to me every time I sit still. If you notice, I move a lot and my camera goes on and off a lot. That's because I'm standing up, sitting down. One, because of my back and things like that. But my legs are always moving under this desk. I'm always doing something, tapping, moving, whatever. I can't sit still.
Oh yeah, I have 3 sewing machines right next to me. I have all sorts of stuff just to keep busy. But if I stop for 5 minutes, I'll sleep right here at the table.
Right. God bless you for doing that, Katie. Because a lot of kids, my son, even on his IEP, they wouldn't allow him to do that because they said it was disruptive. And they were supposed to allow for my son to be able to sit on what's called you've seen those exercise balls that they have, they're big rubber balls.
Mhm.
Well, in a lot of classrooms, they allow children that are chronic ADHD or autistic per se to sit on those to be able to kind of bounce a little bit and move around, and it's just more relaxing for them to relieve some of their. They wouldn't do it because it was disruptive to the other class because all the other kids would want to do it too. That's not my problem, nor my son's. Okay, the IEP was to help my child, not yours. Your child is your business. My child is mine. And they wouldn't allow for it because the other children, it would disrupt them. That's bullshit. I'm sorry. If you're going to do that, then don't offer the IEP. But anyway, that's a whole different story. And we don't know what this kid went through when he was little. And that's what I wanted to know because I wanted people to understand why Brian may have stood and stared at somebody because he doesn't know how to react or interact with that person. Okay. Staring doesn't mean that he's staring at you, like looking through you. He doesn't know what to say to you. He doesn't know what the next move is to interact with a person. That doesn't mean he's a bad person. It doesn't mean he's a murderer. It just means that he's different than I am and that you are. That's all that means. So these reports, they're bullshit. I'm sorry. Any one of those people, if you don't know what this is, shame on you for not looking into it or for prejudging somebody that doesn't understand that. And calling somebody a murderer because they seem different than you seem. What I meant about Chad Daybell and BK, there was damning evidence proving Daybell did what he did to the. Oh, yeah. I got you, Hemisphere. I understood it afterwards. They have nothing. Prove it. Right. There's nothing. Not a damn thing. I don't know that all of them are bullshit, Firefly, but I would like to see and read through every one of them, which I'm going to do. And I'm going to look at the dates on them and all that kind of stuff. So there's some of them that could be. Okay. But again, that doesn't make him a murderer, is all I'm saying. So I didn't say all of them were. Like I said, I haven't read them all yet. So, but we will. Again, we also heard on the hit piece from Dateline, how he's not an incel. Okay. As I said then, that would help him in a sense with his defense, but they didn't allow him to have a defense. There was no effective assistance of counsel. Everything she did, she ran into a brick wall. And we all knew that. We knew that was coming. The judge, in my opinion, should be looked into for judicial misconduct because the statements that he made that should have never been said, Brian didn't have a chance. An expert witness with over 30 plus years of experience, you call him a conspiracy theorist. Shame on you. You're a fucking joke. Shame on you. When the alternate suspects are brought into the situation, all you can do is refer back to a white car. Shame on you. That's not your place as a judge to say that. All you're supposed to do is, and you're supposed to be here to protect him. You didn't do that. That judge did not do anything at all to protect him. In fact, he did the opposite, in my opinion. That's a damn shame. And I feel like she knew she didn't have a chance. After that, when the continuance wasn't granted, she made a statement in a previous hearing that she brought an expert in to look at the discovery that she didn't even completely have. She didn't even get all the discovery till after Brian was sentenced. Did you guys know that? And I'm thinking there's probably still some out there, but she didn't get it when she asked for it. Amazingly enough, how about that? But she brought an expert in to look at all the digital discovery that they had to go through, all them terabytes, right? And that expert said it would take you 3 years to go through this completely. How the hell is she supposed to do that and have a hearing in 6 months? Or I'm sorry, a trial in 6 months. How is that expected? So he denied the continuance. Okay. Meanwhile, the prosecution is sitting there going, we're ready. We've been ready. That's because you didn't have to do anything. They did nothing. The prosecution did not prosecute him. They did not convict him. They did nothing. No, you're right. And I don't want that to be misunderstood. That's fact. He is a 28-year-old grown man. That's true. That's not out of my mind. I promise you. So again, that's where I'm at with this. Okay. And like I said, going back to what my initial big issue is, shame on these reporters, these piece of shit reporters that are reporting and turning this man's life into they're putting his whole world out there. Things that are nobody's business they put out there. And in turn have made people look at him in a way that is not true. Brian Kohberger was convicted by the court of public opinion and himself because he had no other choice, in my opinion. He wasn't convicted in a court like everybody else is supposed to be, with a judge and a prosecution team and a defense team like everybody else is supposed to be. No, he was convicted by the world around him because of people like Ashley Banfield, Brian Enton, Nancy Disgrace, and other creators out there that have done the same damn thing because that's what they believe it is, without looking at all the facts, without listening to all the facts, ignoring all the facts, as Brian Enton did when he was reading these reports, and basically ignoring blatant lies that he just read and twisting and turning pieces of information in that report. You ignored it because it didn't fit the narrative that you're supposed to be reading to give you your fucking paycheck. No. Shame on you and anybody else that does that. If you're going to look at the things that you think make him guilty, look at the things that make him look innocent too. Be fair. I did. Mama Bear did. Tomboy did. And everybody else in here, I believe, did. But because you know that if you don't read this script, you won't get paid, you don't care. Nice morality there. Shame on you. That's all I'm going to say is shame on you. It's a damn shame. Unbelievable. So that's my rant, folks, that I wanted to get out there. Okay. There's more to this. And like I said, we can come back to this, but more importantly, I need to go through these reports. Unbelievable. Oop, what happened? Where'd it go?
That's not the one I wanted.
Oh, okay.
That one.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mama Bear. I clicked. Do it again. It's about having an open mind. Amen. That's one. Number one. Because you would want, if it was you or one of your children or one of your loved ones that was in Brian's shoes, you would want the same thing. Think about that. You would want people to look at every aspect of this, every angle of this, to pay attention to all of it, not just that side of things. I know I would. And if you don't, shame on you. Look at Brian Enton. He makes the channel knowing he will have a huge audience. He now makes videos trashing Kohberger left and right. I used to. Right. Or people like Ashley Banfield that say, I hope you get shanked in prison. What?
Yeah.
Shame on you. laughing and getting giddy because you know this person's going to prison for the rest of your life. Shame on you. Grow up. And that is about the most unprofessional version of a reporter I've ever seen in my life. I hope you sleep well at night. It makes me sick. And for him to have to sit and listen to all these things and to see his whole life come out to the world. Nope. Nope. That is not the way this country's supposed to do these things, folks. It's not at all. God forbid you stared at somebody. That makes you a murderer, folks. Don't ever stare at people.
Right.
Oh, I know, Bombshell. They knew what they were doing. Welcome, Anna and App Music. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your info. It's a real thing, folks. It doesn't make you a bad person.
Probably Fizzy.
Jesus, sorry. So if someone had purchased an adult sex toy, would it automatically been? Oh, of course. Of course. And God knows what he would have done with it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Anything they could find. They're still doing it too. The man's in prison. You got your way. You got what you wanted. Leave him the fuck alone. Okay? We have assholes that are working in these prisons now as well that are putting out videos and pictures of him. Are you kidding me? Because you want to make a quick $1,000? Shame the fuck on you. Leave him alone. Even if he did do it, he got what he did. He got his punishment, right? Let him live his life in misery, whatever it's going to be of any kind of life, until he chooses to do something different. If he does, leave him alone. But you still got to push that button. You know, Mr. So-called prosecutor, the laziest prosecutor in history, didn't do a damn thing, never has. Plea deal Bill, doing his victory dance for nothing. He didn't do anything. He did nothing here, folks. They did not win this case. Brian gave it to him. So that's what you should be doing, Bill, is thanking him for giving you another win to put on your notch before you retire. It's a damn shame. Mama Bear, Tomboy, anything to add to that before we move into the next part? Or anybody else, by the way?
No, I think so.
Oh, actually, let me do this too. Hold on. There we go. All right. And the link is pinned now. Jesse, Eddie, anybody, if you want to pop up and make a statement before we go forward into the reading, please feel free. And Tomboy, thank you for joining us up here. Appreciate you. And of course, Mama Bear. I get excited when she shows up now. I'm so used to her being so busy. WB, welcome. Good to see you. Let me see if I can catch up. Annie Ruler, Misty Jane. Again, Firefly, I appreciate your input in here today, as we have opposing opinions and your respect as well. I appreciate that very much. Inside Your Bones, welcome. As well as Miss Nina. I appreciate her input and having an oppositional opinion as well. And I thank you all for being respectful of anybody that has a differing opinion than what you have. That is very much appreciated. WB, let's see, Esther Hanan. I think I'm catching up. Rach, Bombshells in the house. See, that wasn't so bad, folks. You know, I can't, even when I go off, I got to be really mad to really go off, but I didn't go Sicilian. I just got a little angry.
Wade Bird or Christine, with your comment, they did the reports, but like Payne, he didn't record any of the interviews or conversations or anything that he did with anybody, and then later wrote a report.
In a lot of these, some of these reports are so, SRB pointed that out a while back too, and we were talking about it a little bit yesterday. Some of these reports were delayed like for quite a while. Why? This is an ongoing investigation. You don't delay these things.
Right?
You get somebody on it. There's the cat lady. Good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. Well, thank you so much, dear. So are you. You are so amazing. I appreciate you, and we love having you in this community, in this family. Thanks, Firefly. I appreciate you. I really do. Oh, the barnyard, the barnyards. That's what I'm calling them. The barnyards, I think. Yeah, another group of people that they're using their bias to do their job. You don't do that. The Celebrate couple, yeah, that was a joke, a complete joke. If you haven't watched it, go watch their interview, folks. It's a joke. I'm telling you. Yes, the Barnyard Crew, and they did. They did not. They fabricated a situation and turned it to fit their narrative. Truly. Oh yeah, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Going back to what before we get moving, Dylan. When I read her interview yesterday, she felt protected. She felt like she knew why that they're like, that's why I titled this. Was she protected or was she the protector?
Mm-hmm.
That sure as hell looks like that to me. We talked about it last night. Why would you make that statement? Why didn't they come after you? I don't know. I felt like they were protecting me. Why would they do that? Do you know them? But I don't know who they are. Are you sure? I don't believe you at this point. I'm sorry. You shouldn't have said that. You shouldn't have made that statement, because now, guess what? I'm going to call you a liar. I don't feel bad for you, and there's no way in hell, and I'll argue with people. People are going to get mad at me. But I used to say that she wasn't a victim of the crime. She was a victim of the circumstance. Guess what? No, you're not. I feel like you're complicit at this point. I'm sorry. When asked if it was somebody she knew, she said it's possible. Didn't she? Good point, Jesse. Jesse, the link's pinned to the chat, but if you want to pop up here, you're welcome to. But yeah, who makes that statement? She contradicted herself repeatedly in a 12-word paragraph or a 12-word sentence. I saw his face. How did it go, Tomboy? I saw his I couldn't even believe she said it, guys. I was like, what the hell did you just say? I saw his head and his mouth were covered. I saw his nose or something, but I didn't see his eyebrows. And then 3 words later, she said she saw his eyebrows. Make up your mind. Which lie are you going with? Why are you not telling the truth on this? Who are you protecting? That's my question. Since you were being protected, who are you protecting? That's how I feel.
And he said, I saw his nose, then she saw his eyebrows. Yeah.
Say that again, Mama Bear.
Tandy said, I saw his nose, then she saw his eyebrows.
Right, there you go. Hold on 1 second. Somebody just walked in my house. I have to say hello real fast. Okay, guys, I'm here. I'm sorry. Um, yes. She didn't say she didn't see his eyebrows. That what is in the report. There was a couple things that were misspoken. That's true, but there was a couple things she said that she contradicted in her statements. Okay, that's what I was trying to say. I'm sorry. Um, the whole thing though about how she didn't feel like there was a threat. That was a big thing she stated. That she didn't feel like there was a threat. Why? You heard Kaylee scream. You said. Then we've had how many different stories, by the way, from her, from different interactions with law enforcement. Welcome back, Texas. How many stories has she told you guys? How many different versions of this has she told? Quite a few. Quite a few. Okay, let me pull this up here real quick.
Holy cow. I put a link in the back chat.
You did? You did. Oh, this blows my mind. Thank you, Mama Bear.
Well, somebody asked in the chat if we knew what it was, and I was like, no, I haven't looked that up for a while.
That's pretty wild.
That's a lot of money.
Look at that, $106,653. Wow. For healing. Our sweet niece is Dylan Mortensen, the eyewitness and surviving roommate from the University of Idaho murders case. It's been 2.5 years. Dylan silently and bravely put one foot in front of the other, cooperating with law enforcement, processing and healing from the unimaginable. Dylan has had to learn how to live her new reality, forever lacking peace, security, safety, and her closest friends. Which, that's another statement that I'm not comfortable with. She wasn't that close. They weren't that close, folks. And it's been put out there now that they were, conveniently, in my opinion, after this happened. Okay. But they weren't before that. I'm sorry. It's been proven. So anyway, and I'm not soulless and I'm not evil. Like, I know things are, I have a heart. You guys know that. So anyway, we know a lot of people have asked how they can help. So we created this to support Dylan in building back her life and her future. A life that will require relocation, intensive long-term trauma therapy, and extra security and privacy measures. If you aren't able to support her financially but still want to help, we would sincerely appreciate sharing this to spread the word. Social media has been unkind and supportive and very negative towards Dylan, but we're hoping social media can also show her the positive and loving side of people in the world that care about this brave girl. Thank you for helping us to fill Dylan's world with support, love, and light after such a dark time. We deeply appreciate it. And you know what? Under any other circumstance, I would absolutely support that, but I do not. After knowing what I know now, reading what I've read, I don't. That blows my mind. Thanks, Mama Bear. I've never really looked at it.
You're welcome. Thank you, whoever mentioned it in the chat.
Right.
As far as I know, Bethany doesn't have one. I don't know why Bubbly Waters has one. Somebody said she has one.
Bubbly.
Mm-hmm.
You're absolutely right, Ranger. I have PTSD from what I did. I absolutely do. Okay. But you know what? It's real. And I can give you multiple scenarios as to why. I've always tried to help people in that sense, through this, through whatever I'm doing. I'm sorry, I do not believe her. I don't, and I'm not the be all end all. I'm not at all. That's me. That's my feelings, my comfort zone, the vibes that I get. I don't believe it. And I'm going to show you a little bit more about why. I'm going to pull this link back up and we're going to get back into these. Hang on here. Where did it go? Thank you guys for listening to my rant and understanding my language change at times, so on and so forth. For anybody that could have been offended, I'm sorry. I doubt that it did, but it wasn't as bad. I held back a little too. Truly, because I guarantee you last night I wasn't holding back. But I wasn't live with the rest of the world. I was just talking to my crew, and that was about it. Tomboy gave me, there it is. Is that it? What the hell? Wait a minute. Hold on. Why did it go up to that? Good God. Hold on a minute, you guys. I forgot how many files there were here. Truly, if Mama Bear wouldn't have popped up here, I probably would have went off a little bit more. Is that why you came up here? She left. She's gone. Okay, so Tomboy, do you remember who did the interview with Dylan? Was it the Detective Hoxie, Ryan Hoxie, or was it no, it was Gooch. That's right.
It was Gooch.
It was Gooch. Sorry. Let me get to this real quick, and then we're gonna move on to the following after that. I just want to review this one more time with you guys. When we're gonna scan through this, I'm gonna show you a lot of the things that bother me. That we talked about a little bit with Eddie yesterday, but I'm going to point these things out real quick again. Where's it at? Where's the name? There it is. Vicky Gooch. Can you imagine going through life with that last name? That must have been hard.
No.
Doug Gooch.
My old boss and his wife, that's their last name is Gooch.
Wow. Yeah. I know I got made fun of because of my last name. People are mean, so.
Oh, my maiden last name? Oh, hell no.
You gonna tell us?
What's the opposite of sweet?
Sour.
Stour?
Yep.
Your last name's Stour? Wow. Oh, well. Okay. Yeah, I worked for long time ago. Diane Sauer, Sauer. She owned a car dealership. So I can see that one.
But
Okay.
my last name now, I'm cool and I can prove it.
You're what?
Stop telling me your business. I'm cool and I can prove it.
Mm-hmm. Better listen to Miss Tandy. I hear her back there. So this is the one we went through yesterday. This was Dylan's statement. Okay. And I'm not gonna read through this whole thing again like we did yesterday. Again, thank you all for all those of you that joining me. I appreciate it very much. Actually, you know what? Tomboy, do you feel like reading? This part here from number 13 on down, I want to start reading from that part. And then I'm going to point something out. or not. If you don't worry about it. I'll do it.
Yeah, hold on. Let me pull it up. Where you at? What one?
I'm gonna start.
What's the document?
It's the interview with Gooch with Dylan, and I'm not. I'm gonna go down to number 13 and start there and go down.
So you start at 13?
Yeah, and I'm gonna. You don't have to do it right off. I'm gonna go grab another cup of coffee, which is why. But I can still hear.
Oh, you mean right now? Okay. Blank, and I'm gonna guess it's Dylan, described how she got home on Friday night by using an Uber from the Ball resident to their residence. She explained she and her roommates normally have blank as their Uber driver, but not on the night of the 11th. She does not remember the name of the Uber driver on Friday night. Why the hell is she talking about Friday night? This was around 8:30 p.m. anyway. She explained that she and her roommates trust redacted. She advised the party initially transitioned to the blank, but she got bored and wanted to go home. It was she, Maddie, and Xana and Ethan regarding the roommates who attended the ball. Eventually, a group from the blank pie event transitioned to blank and the other roommate's house, and there was a party that continued there until the early morning hours of November 12th, Saturday. She requested to look at her cell phone during this point in the interview to verify the timeline. She was advised she could use her cell phone to provide times during her interview. She advised the other individuals that came to the house on Friday night were blank. Initially, she said it was blank, but corrected herself to say it was not blank, but blank who came to the house, and blank as well as herself. They were consuming large amounts of alcohol and playing music. She went to bed a little after 12:10 a.m. and then added she went to bed sometime between 12 a.m. and 12:30 a.m. that morning. She advised Maddie Mogan came home and eventually Kaylee, but she was not certain about where Kaylee was when she went to bed. I have to wait till he gets back because I can't scroll the page up or down.
And even I can't do that. And I have all the controls. But that one.
I'm coming. Hold on. My coffee pot's taking a little too long. Welcome, Lucci.
So we're on 18.
Yes.
She then explained on Saturday morning, November 12th, at approximately 12:15. She then corrected the time to 11:44. That's 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
The roommates went together to get coffee and to the store to get more alcohol. They still had champagne from the previous weekend, which was, she explained, was the U of I Parents Weekend. She explained the plans for that Saturday night included a blank Chi fraternity party on campus. Blank explained Kaylee was not going to this function because she was a senior, and typically seniors do not attend the fraternity functions on campus because they're old enough to go to the local clubs. Blank explained she was going to the blank Chi party. She further explained at one point Maddie was at this function but left the function to go to the club with Kaylee. So why was Kaylee in town to be her +1 if she wasn't going to that party?
Why did she go out of her way to go to Coeur d'Alene, wherever the hell they're from? Rathdrum, to get Kaylee to go to that party with her as her +1. You called her. She wasn't sure. You went to her home. Okay. I don't know how far that is from Moscow to go from there to Rathdrum, but You
Yeah,
went
it's
that
like
far.
almost 2 hours. Why would you drive all the way there?
A 2-hour drive to make somebody when you could have picked somebody else, but you didn't. You needed Kaylee to be that person.
Yeah,
Why?
because okay, let me go back. Hold on. Number 20, they were all at the house together at 5 p.m. on Saturday, November 12th. Dylan stated Kaylee decided to go and take a nap, and blank, Maddie, Xana, and blank, and she were on the couch watching a movie. Dylan explained they were all together Saturday afternoon at the house, and they all decided to take naps, and each of the girls set their alarms for 8 p.m. Dylan believes Ethan may have come over to the house at this time, but she was not certain if this is the time Ethan came over, or if he showed up at a different time. Again, that I'm just gonna go on.
Well, hold on. Let me refer what Annie just said. I saw yesterday somebody was commenting, wasn't feeling it, and did not drink on that Saturday. Why? Was there something going down she needed to be sober for? True story. But if she didn't drink, how was she so drunk that night?
Dago, can you move your to the next page? Thank you.
All right, on we go.
Number 22. Dylan explained she had an assignment due in her Psychology 215 course, so she posted the assignment at approximately 10:12 p.m. She believes she then left the house at approximately 10:30 p.m. Saturday night. When Dylan left the house, Kaylee was still there with one of her friends. However, Dylan does not know the friend's name. She described the friend was female and was nice.
Well, it's amazing how good of friends they were, but she didn't even know who her other friend was. But anyway, go ahead.
I need to go back up to this number 21 where, it says they took naps till 8 o'clock.
Go ahead.
How, if they took naps at till 8 o'clock, is there pictures of them on the balcony at the Whites?
We read in the other reports from Moscow that they left at what point during that day and went next door to the Whites. That's where they hung out during the day drinking or whatever the hell they were doing. When Ethan had gone off to the football game or whatever, but they were napping. Okay, whatever. Good point.
Yeah.
Keep going.
After leaving the house, she saw Maddie between their residence and the blank, and Maddie was holding a box of White Claws while she was walking towards their house. She advised she talked to Maddie, and then Dylan continued to the blank Kai function. She believed Maddie was going back to their residence to get ready to go to the club with Kaylee. Sergeant Blaker asked Dylan to give more details about the route she took when she encountered Maddie, and she provided those details in this interview. She explained she got to the function. She wanted to meet up with Xana and blank, and she called Xana on her cell phone to find out which apartment they were in, and she was told they were in apartment blank. Others who were at apartment blank at this time were Ethan, redacted, Xana, blank, blank, blank. Dylan explained she and blank were going in and out of the fraternity lodge together for part of the night. She explained there were not a lot of people at this function. Really? I saw videos. Did y'all see videos?
Yep.
Because there was a shit ton.
Nego, can you scroll up the document?
I can.
I'm on 26. She further explained that after she met up with blank, and the two of them then went to blank apartment. She was with Ethan and Xana during part of the night, and Dylan explained that Ethan had been trying to get in contact with his sister, Maisie, because she had been upset about something and he was worried about her. But Dylan did not know what the issue was. She remembered Maisie told her brother she had not been answering her cell phone because she had been sleeping. She described Ethan as being very protective of his sister, as well as protective of with all the roommates.
Mm-hmm.
The group of them then went to visit Blank, who she had previously met through Xana, and Blank was also there, including she, Blank, and Blank, and Blank, and Blank were also there, as well as Blank and Blank.
Thank you, Robert.
When she was asked how much alcohol she had consumed, she explained that she had been playing Rage Cage, which she described was a drinking game, and when she awakened from her nap, she consumed 3 White Claws with alcohol content of 5%. That's really low. She denied that there was any drug use. She stated Xana and Ethan used, I'm going to guess, Adderall. She advised neither Maddie or Kaylee did drugs. She explained she nor, I'm going to guess, Bethany never touched that stuff. She described the alcohol use at Blank and Blank residence, which included Blank consuming a whole Borg, in which she also consumed some of the Borg. Based on a Google search I conducted relative to writing this report, a Borg is an alcoholic beverage which requires taking an empty gallon container and filling it halfway with water, adding vodka and enough Mio to make the taste of vodka disappear. Why the fuck would you waste a half a gallon of vodka? The cocktail is often referred to as a Borg, but the nickname doubles as an acronym that stands for the drink's full name, Blackout Rage Gallon. Blackout. If you're going to black out, just use the whole gallon of vodka. No need to put water in it.
No, they don't make this. This new generation, the stuff we used to drink, like the remember the, what was it, the 5-gallon
A trash can party.
yeah,
Trash
with
can
like
punch.
jungle juice or whatever, right? Yeah.
Mittens wants to know what Mio is.
Mio
Mio
is the water additive.
You put like sweetener, different flavors into water to make it taste better.
It's a little squirt bottle.
Yeah, I think I actually have some here I can show you.
I still can't get past why the hell you wasting vodka by putting water in it.
Right?
When I was in high school, that was my drink of choice, was vodka and cherry Kool-Aid.
These are, well, they're not Mio brand.
What's the Walmart version of Mio?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, okay.
That's how we get our grandkids to drink water, because they don't like water, but they like it with this. So, and there's a bunch of different versions of it. There's Mio that helps you lose weight, blah blah blah. So sugar-free, sugar added, all sorts of different versions of it. So you add that to the vodka so it doesn't taste so bad, I guess. Whatever. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, let me go back. Where was I? Oh, okay, 32. She described blank as being extremely intoxicated, and that she had continued to consume alcohol, and because of blank intoxicated condition, Dylan advised she invited blank to come back to her residence with her to watch movies, and because of the blank intoxicated condition, she called a Sobro, which she described is involving a sober freshman fraternity member who is a designated driver for fraternity and sorority members who are consuming alcohol to drive them to their homes safely. She advised it was only she and blank that went back to the residence using the Sobro. She did not believe anyone else was home. When the two of them got home, which she believed sometime between 1:15 and 1:30 on November 13th, she was intoxicated. Because of that, she does not remember what time it actually was, but she believed it was between the two times mentioned. If you're going to be that drunk, you are not going to sit down and watch a damn movie.
Well, here's my point. I'm going to stop you for a quick second here. We're going to get to this now, okay? This is where I start to have a lot of issues. So she starts saying things like, I can't say for sure. I don't really remember. I don't remember. But then, as she's about to read to you, She made popcorn in the kitchen, and this is that girl whose name starts with an L. We don't know who it is yet. Okay. And they sat down and watched Vampire Diaries together. Remember that, okay? As we go forward, just remember that they sat down after this massive intoxication that they were all under, and they sat down to watch Vampire Diaries. We're gonna go forward now.
Yes, we are. She further advised that she made popcorn in the kitchen and she and Blank watched Vampire Diaries together. Approximately 20 minutes later, Blank returned home. The three of them laid down and continued to watch Vampire Diaries. I'm going to tell you, if you're that drunk and you lay down, you're out cold.
Yeah.
And that's Bethany. Bethany caught home at that point, right? And you're right.
She believes Blank may have walked home, and then she advised she does not know what time Blank and Blank went to bed. She had already gone to bed and does not know when Blank may have left or when Blank went to bed. At approximately 2 or 2:30, she awakened because Maddie and Kaylee arrived home with grub truck food. They had mac and cheese, which Dylan explained they normally got. All four of them were together, which included Dylan, Bethany, Maddie, and Kaylee. Dylan advised they were taking selfie videos. All the girls talked about getting grub truck food. She did not believe Xana and Ethan were home because their bedroom door was open, and she did not see them. And she discussed whether she may have been mistaken about this fact, and then she said she was certain she saw their door was open and they were not home. These motherfuckers talk in circles. How the fuck are you supposed to understand this shit? This is like not fucking proper English. Go to school. Shit. She then went to bed, which she advised was after texting Blank, the Uber driver. Dylan looked at her phone to determine what time she had texted the Uber driver, and she said her phone said 3:10 a.m. See, this is where I get a little irritated.
Of course, and we did yesterday, and this is where we're starting to get into some of the issues that I have with this. Going back to, once again, what we're talking about, okay?
But after further discussion, Dylan admitted she was some confused about whether she was using Moscow time or Boise time. It's the same fucking time on your phone. It's not retroactive.
Wherever you go, your phone goes with you, okay? If you take it with you, it goes with you. So I don't care if you're there or in Florida. Your phone recorrects itself automatically. I was just stating yesterday, when I go from here to Alabama, we cross through Tennessee. If it is 1:26 p.m. right now and I cross into Tennessee, my phone automatically jumps back to 12:26. We lose an hour. It just happens, okay? So I'm going to say that's fucking bullshit. Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, here's my thing. So let's say you... Hold on. Poof, voila. So let's just say you pick up your text messaging, okay? And you click on a message. And it says 12:01 p.m. That's going to be the time. You don't get to adjust it an hour either way.
No.
The time that's on the text message is the time that it came in.
Right.
Zero sense. Zero.
Once again, right. Once again, bullshit.
Whether she was doing Moscow or Boise time, and Dylan and Blank explained her timeline may be off by an hour because of this issue. But it shouldn't be off an hour, period. But I think this is where they started having to adjust.
Yep.
Specifically during this interview, referencing Boise time instead of providing the time it would have been in Moscow when these events were occurring on the 13th of November. She explained she uses Snapchat as well as her cell phone to communicate with her friends. She advised that if there is lack of texted communications on her cell phone, it's because she had transitioned to using the Snapchat app for her method of communication. She advised her login information with Snapchat is blank, and her password is either blank or blank. She denied knowing her roommates' passwords to their cell phones. While they were together, they talked about ordering grub truck, and then she texted blank the Uber driver at approximately 3:10. She explained she texted blank, "Are you driving by chance?" At approximately 3:13, she texted her back. She then went to bed. She does not believe blank ever came to their house because she never responded to his text about the fact he was still driving. Well, we all know she did not go to bed.
Exactly, Lucy. We all know facts. Many a time she says she went to bed here, folks, but guess what? They were up all night long based on their social media and phone usage. Okay. So, and Ann said that too. She pointed that out. So, more bullshit, but go ahead.
She advised blank the Uber driver is in his 30s, is married, and has one child. She advised all of the girls knew him and liked him.
Eric Gower.
Dylan advised she is not certain if she stayed awake to watch more Vampire Diaries episodes or if she went to sleep. She was not certain if she locked her bedroom door, and she was not certain if she locked the sliding door. Because
sorry, Tomboy. Remember all these things she wasn't certain of, okay? Remember that. Go ahead, Tomboy. Sorry to interrupt.
Because she was the only one who usually did, but she also volunteered in her statement that she believed Moscow was a safe place, so the sliding door was not always locked. She does not remember if anyone locked... Oh, why are you fucking repeating? She does not remember if anyone locked the sliding glass door before she went to bed. She was the first to go to bed ahead of the other roommates. That's not what you said a minute ago. What?
Not right. There's one of those jumps again. And this next part, listen closely because it makes no sense, but okay.
She explained that she previously had a lot of dreams where she had been kidnapped in her dreams, and she further explained these types of dreams started in high school, and she knew they were dreams, and she would let those things happen in her dreams because she realized they were dreams. She advised she does not suffer from anxiety and denied prior life trauma other than divorced parents.
All right, and we're going to stop there for a quick second. First off, what the fuck are you talking about with your dreams, okay? And you let things happen in dreams because you knew they're dreams. Like, what does that have to do with this, first off? But second off, what? So, are you trying to play into the fact that you dream a lot? Is that what this is? To help this narrative? And that's how it sounds to me. I'll just leave it there. But we also do hear from her own mouth that there was no trauma prior to this in her life, that people were saying, well, she was previously traumatized, and that's why this affected her so badly, blah, 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 so on and so forth. No, there wasn't. She said it herself. And we've all been from divorced families, so that's not enough trauma to cause you to act crazy in a situation that you wouldn't, okay? I'm just saying. So there's that. On we go. Sorry to interrupt again.
Dylan explained she was awakened to a noise sometime between 4 a.m. and 4:20 a.m. But in reality, that should be 3 a.m. and 3:20 a.m. Moscow time.
If you go that way, sure.
She was asked to explain the amount of alcohol she had consumed before going to bed, and she again explained while she was playing Rage Cage, which included the White Claws, part of the board, and maybe 2 or 3 more drinks, White Claws, at Blank's house. She denied drinking after she left Blank's house. She advised she had been consuming the alcohol until approximately 1:15 or 1:30 on Sunday morning. She denied drinking any more alcohol after she and, I'm guessing, Bethany got back to her residence. At 4:22, in quotes, she confirmed this information by looking at the texted communication on a cell phone. She texted Kaylee asking her what's going on. She advised her phone said 5:22 a.m., which she advised would have been 4:42 Moscow time. Oh my God. She advised Around 4 a.m. or 4:20 a.m., she heard Kaylee singing and playing music. She heard who she believed Kaylee walking up the stairs, and Blank advised she heard Kaylee say, "Someone's here," and she sounded frantic. Dylan described Kaylee's tone as somewhere between talking and yelling it. She believed it was Kaylee who was walking up the stairs with Murphy. She said she heard who she believed to be Kaylee running down the stairs. She advised Murphy was barking at this time. Well, how are
Now
you
start,
even
start
reading?
listening. I can continue if you want me to, but I want you guys to start hearing little things she's saying here now, because these things are just stupid. They're just dumb. Sorry. These make no sense.
But I
Do you
thought
want-
it was Bethany and Kaylee wasn't even outside with Murphy.
See? Why is this changing again?
I know. Which report are we supposed to believe? The first 12 or this one?
This next part here. Okay. I'm going to read this. Thank you, Tomboy. She further stated she believed it was Kaylee who was running down the stairs after she heard her say, "Someone is here." She further explained she does not know if she, okay, hear this closely, okay? She does not know if she actually heard this or whether she was drunk and did not actually hear any of this. She heard footsteps of who she believed to be Kaylee. She then explained all the girls wear Doc Martens, and that is what she believed she was hearing. Kaylee coming down the stairs wearing her Doc Martens because of the sound of the footsteps coming down the stairs. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, bullshit. Shut the fuck up, okay? Listen, guys, we watched the Grub Truck video 352 times, okay? The girls were both wearing tennis shoes, no Doc Martens. So you're going to tell me that these girls came home and put on Doc Martens before they went to bed? I know I put on boots before I go to bed, too.
Yeah.
That's a dumb statement. I'm sorry. That is a dumb statement that I feel that you're making things up at this point. And I know, like Eddie says, we got to take this back to where it starts at, which is law enforcement. But some of these things, she's making some of these statements on her own accord, okay? They couldn't have come up with something dumb like that. That's so ridiculous. I'm sorry. But okay. On we go. There's many statements like this that have no like relevance and just make zero sense to me. So there's that too. Blank called Blank at 4:19, then Xana at 4:20 a.m., Kaylee at 4:28 a.m., and then Blank again at 4:20 a.m. Blank advised Blank told her about seeing fireworks. Now, see, that's changed as well because before, what was it, Tomboy? It was like a firecracker. You heard a fire, like sounded like a firecracker, right?
Or a sparkler.
Yeah, right. The flash and then the firecracker sound. She texted Blank a last time at 4:27 before she went to Blank room. Blank then explained when she first opened her door and she said she did not see anyone. The second time she opened her door, she heard who she believed to be Kaylee crying, and Dylan believed Kaylee was in the second floor bathroom. She then heard a male voice, which she stated she had never heard before, say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Now, in the PCA, was it that we heard that it's okay, I'm here to help you, right?
Yep.
I think. Okay.
Yep.
And then we also didn't we hear another version of that in another statement too?
Probably. I just remember the one, "I'm here to help you."
Yep.
It's okay, I'm here to help you.
Exactly.
Or "I'm here for you."
I'm here for you. That's the other statement too. So we've heard 3-4 different versions of this now. Okay, fine. Hold on. Let me get back to where I was. She had never heard this male voice before, mind you. There's that too. Mortensen believed the unidentified male was in the bathroom and with the person who was crying. She believes it was Kaylee who was the one crying. Mortensen stated that now she has gathered additional information. She now believes it was probably Xana. So what that truly means right there is that law enforcement told her, no, that wasn't Kaylee, that was Xana, right? Okay, so that's why she changed it now. Okay. You tell us what you tell us then, based on what they told you to tell us anyway. Because that wouldn't make any sense. That wouldn't fit in with what we know, would it, guys? No,
Right.
we have to make that right. Sorry. Where'd we go? Let me get back to it again. She now believes it was probably Xana who was crying. At the moment of hearing the crying, she stated she believed it was Kaylee who was crying. She advised she knows the male's voice was not Ethan's voice. She described the last episode. Here we go now. This is what I'm going to point out to you that really, really fucking bothers me, okay? This got me so fucking twisted last night, you guys. Oh, my God. And I think I pointed this out slightly yesterday, but as I went through it, it made me even angrier as of last night. You can ask Tomboy and Tandy. She described the last episode of Vampire Diaries, and she remembered, capital R, it was two males rescuing a female. She explained it was not violent. She advised the male figure in the last episode was wearing all black, but Mortensen explained that was normal for the series. She was so drunk and tired that she couldn't remember anything else she talked about, but you fucking remember that episode of Vampire Diaries
Right.
at 2:30 in the morning
And popping popcorn?
and making popcorn detail by detail.
No.
Miss me with your bullshit, okay? And there's so much more that she remembers conveniently, or doesn't remember conveniently, but she can remember that. Y'all, I don't drink, okay? I haven't had a drink of alcohol in 7+ years, and I don't barely remember what the hell I watched yesterday on TV. Sober, you're gonna tell me that you remember that, but you don't remember all this other stuff conveniently? Bullshit, bullshit. Absolute bullshit. I'm sorry. That is very interesting that that's just okay because you want it to be. No. I can't say that I accept that. I don't.
Bullshit. A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit.
That's all there is to it. Sorry.
Lucy. Lucy said, can we just please watch this Vampire Diaries episode for comparative purposes?
At this point, Lucy, maybe we should to make sure that it's not a lie too. Okay. It's probably something completely different. Anyway, selective memory. Amen to that, Donna. And why is that okay? No, it's not. She is not. Here we go. Right after that statement about remembering all this bullshit with Vampire Diaries, she is not certain whether she heard Murphy barking during the first time she opened her door. But she advised it was possible he was barking. But Murphy, what? You either hear a dog barking or you don't. That's not a dream, folks. That's not something that maybe, but maybe not. I don't know. But you can't remember if you heard a dog barking, but you remember what the fuck they were wearing in Vampire Diaries and what episode it was. Okay. But the next statement that goes into this, what are you talking about? Okay. She's not certain whether she heard Murphy barking during the first time she opened her door, but she advised it was possible he was barking. Sure, it's possible he was barking. But Murphy was moving away from the house. What?
So
What does that even mean?
did she think Murphy was outside?
Was he barking and running away from the house going, I'm over here? I mean, I don't understand that statement at all, but they made sure they put it in there. Okay. Did she say that or did they change that from something else? That's the question. She described Murphy was a puppy and Mortensen had just met him in August. She could not describe Murphy as being skittish. Okay. That's good. I don't know why that matters, but okay. She advised she opened her door a total of 3 times. And the 4th time is when she left her bedroom to go downstairs to Bethany's bedroom. Mortensen advised she continued to call and text her roommates, but received no answers. She provided the times that she called and texted her roommates. and the time span. She advised would have been between 4:20 a.m. to 4:27. You remembered that, huh? You remembered that. You couldn't remember all this other shit, but you remembered that exact time. Okay. Maybe you looked at your phone. Maybe that's how you remembered it, because otherwise you couldn't. She advised that she never, I'm sorry. She advised that she never, now here's another thing here. This is a problem for me. She advised that she never thought about an intruder. And in her mind, she stated that she was not processing that what was occurring was a threat. It was not threatening to her at all. Are you sure? Does that make any sense to anybody based on what we already know about the situation, that she didn't think she was being threatened? It wasn't threatening at all. Okay. She advised. Now, this other part too, I'm like, why would anybody make this mistake? I'm sorry, but I don't believe that. Okay. She advised she believed the male was directing his conversation of who she believed was Kaylee. She advised that she did not believe the male was directing the statement to her. Why would they be? And why would anybody think that? She's in her room in a completely different part of the house. They're down the hall in the bathroom, supposedly. Why would that person be talking to Dylan? And why would you make that statement in here? Once again. Okay. In discussing why the offender, here we go. In discussing why the offender did not harm her, it was discussed that it was possible the male knew her and wanted to protect her. And she said she understood that that was possible, but she denied knowing who the suspect was. Why would they want to protect her? Why would she think that that was possible too? If you don't know who that person is, why in the hell would they want to protect you? Am I the only person that sees that as strange? I hope not. Hence the title we have here. That's why I said that. If you felt like they could have possibly wanted to protect you, are you protecting them? Do you know who that person is, even though you denied you did? Is that why? Is that why you didn't call 911 for 8 hours? Because you're protecting that person, because you do know who they are? And they protected you. See, that's the thing, P. Guess what? She no longer went into a frozen shock phase, folks. That disappeared now. Where did that go? It's gone. Oh, well. I feel like instead of the frozen shock phase, she went into I don't know what the hell I did phase, or I can't remember anything but Vampire Diaries phase. That's what she went into, okay? Mortensen further explained she Snapchatted Ethan but received no answer from Ethan. Mortensen thought Ethan was still either at Sigma Chi or was at home. She was not certain. The third time Mortensen opened her door, she said her vision was blurry or fuzzy. Conveniently, this last time, now she was fuzzy and blurry. But she advised she saw a figure of someone that was dressed in all black, and they were masked. And he was holding an item of what she initially perceived as a vacuum, which we now know is a gun. Okay? It's a gun. But she said that she did not make it. That did not make sense to her. Why would it? Why would it make sense? She described the suspect as not being muscular, but being skinny and toned, like a basketball player. Okay. She further described him as being taller than her 5'10" frame by at least 3 inches. 3 inches. So you could remember that this guy that you saw was at least 3 inches taller than you, but you can't remember any of that other stuff. And your vision was fuzzy and blurry, but you remember he was 3 inches taller than you. Again, okay. So he would have been 6 foot in height. She advised that he had to have heard her call Kaylee and Xana, and she thought that he would have had to have heard her calling for them. So I gathered what that means is that she called out to them from her doorway, okay? Because he's not going to hear her on the phone. So she called out to Xana and Kaylee, obviously. Those two specifically. Why didn't you call out to Ethan? Okay, I'll give her Ethan. She didn't know he was there, but why didn't you call out to Maddie? Why just Dana and Kaylee? Why did you just yell for those two? What about Maddie? Or anybody? But okay. And she thought that he would have had to have heard her calling for them, and she was confused as to why he did not come to her room. Well, before that, she says maybe it's possible that he was trying to protect her. From what? Welcome, Simply. Good to see you and Yinzal as well. Witchy, thank you so much for that. Oops, sorry. What happened to all the roommates home and in room at 2? It just didn't. It just disappeared, Witchy, just like the Frozen Shock phase did. And clad in black. Yes. She described the item the suspect was holding, which she advised was like a cylinder. Okay. Round cylinder. And she remembered a cop talking about a bow. And I think Pop did a video where he explains what he thinks she meant. And what he thinks she meant was like an arrow, not a bow, the bow itself, but the arrow that you shoot from the bow, which makes more sense. About a bow, and I'll say arrow, okay? So she was trying to ascertain if what she saw was in fact shaped like an arrow. Mortensen further stated she thought that maybe it was a firefighter, because firefighters carry bows and arrows, and yeah, okay. Because of what Mortensen told her about, or I'm sorry, what Bethany told her about seeing a firecracker. So you automatically put together a firecracker with a firefighter. I don't know how that goes. I've never, whatever. We didn't deal with firecrackers too often, but that's just my opinion. She advised that he would have been approximately 3 feet away from her, and she believed that she saw him walking out the back sliding glass door. Now, I'm sorry, 3 foot is not like very, very far. So from me to my camera, that's about 3 feet. Slightly. Yeah, it's about 3 feet right there. That's pretty close. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And at 3 feet, you can see very clearly a person, what they're doing. And if it's true where he was standing at that point, there's a beer pong table there. So he must have either been to the side of it, unless the table was moved after the fact, of course. There was the good vibe sign. There was the lights, the party lights that were on the bar there. And God knows if there was other lights on, but at least that lighting right there would have very clearly shown that person. Am I wrong? That good vibe lights is pretty bright.
Yeah, I would think so.
So you should have got a pretty good look at them and what they were holding in their hand, in my opinion. Let me get back to that point. Where was I at? She advised, she believes she saw him walking out the back sliding glass door. She believes, or she did. Okay. In the PCA, they never said that. All she said was she saw him, and then she shut her door and thinks that he left. Remember that in the PCA?
Mm-hmm.
Now that's completely different now. She sees him walk out the back door. Okay. And he had looked at her before walking out the back door, so she did see him do that. She was not certain if he could see her whole body or just her head. Okay. So be it. At 4:22, then Mortensen corrected her time and stated at 4:23. I'm sorry. At 4:23, she advised she texted blank, and they conversed about something that would be Bethany, about someone wearing all black. And Bethany said to the effect of, "What the fuck? Why is Xana wearing all black?" Now, how did that get to that? From what Dylan exclaimed that she saw. Can you tell me that, anyone?
No.
Nope. There is no way that makes any sense. Am I right?
I'm telling you, she's just telling the Vampire Diaries episode.
That's what it sure sounds like to me, because you have no other story to tell. Because I'm telling you, I don't think she saw anybody. Or she saw absolutely that whole person and knew exactly who that was. Those are my two options for that, okay? You either saw nothing, nobody, or you saw that person and maybe the other people that were there, in my opinion. That's all I'm saying. So, hold on. Let me go back to, hold on here. I went too far there. I was almost starting to read that there. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, here we go. This is where it starts to get weird again. And why, what the fuck? Why was Anna wearing all black? Mortensen explained that she was not certain if she had been dreaming this or if it was real, but you sure as fuck remembered what Vampire Diaries did.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a dream again. Okay. So you probably just let this happen in your dream because you knew it was a dream. Isn't that what she said before?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Mortensen explained she saw the suspect holding something she believed to be cylinder shaped and also shaped like a triangle at the bottom of the cylinder shape. Again, Pavarotti did the video where he pointed out what I think it was an AR would have had a bunt, SK. Sorry, that's it, SK. Where it has a bunt stock on it, and the back end of it is shaped like a triangle. The front of it is a cylinder. Okay, the barrel of the gun.
I just thought.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I just have a thought. I'll come back to it later.
Okay. Don't forget it.
Okay.
Yes, and we do need to agree that vampires aren't real. That's a good point. Because God knows, who knows where that would have went. I wish they were sometimes though. Like a triangle at the bottom of the cylinder shape. She advised the suspect was approximately 3 feet away from her, and he looked at her, but was walking out the sliding door when she saw him. So now, wait a minute. For her bedroom door to the sliding door is way further than 3 foot. Am I wrong?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. So this statement here says she just says this again after she said the first time he was 3 feet from her. Welcome, Kent Kearney, and woke up in 84. Good to see you. I'll agree with you. Mortensen explained she saw the suspect holding something she believed to be a cylinder shaped and also shaped like a triangle at the bottom of the cylinder. She advised the suspect was approximately 3 feet away from her, and he looked at her but was walking out the sliding door when she saw him. How does he have eyes in the back of his head as he's walking out the door, or did he walk backwards? Maybe he walked out the door backwards. Okay. That is from her door to that slider door. Tomboy, if you're still here, how many feet would you say that would be? Maybe she's not here. Mama Bear.
What height? What?
From her bedroom door, we've seen the inside of the house, right?
Uh-huh.
From her bedroom door to walk from her door, which is almost a straight shot, through the kitchen, out that slider door. How many feet would you think that might be?
Oh, yikes. I'm going to go with Tandy's answer, 12 to 15.
12 to 15 feet. And he's looking at her as he's walking out this door. Like I said, he's got to be walking backwards or he's got eyes in the back of his head. But okay.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. Now, do you see where these answers and these statements are getting all screwed up at this point and backwards now? She said, again, this is interesting to me. He was walking out the sliding door when she saw him, and he was looking at her. She said she saw his eyebrows. From 12 to 15 feet away, you saw his eyebrows. That must have been on the back of his head with his eyes because he was walking out the door. Maybe walking backwards. Again, okay. Bethany responded at approximately 4:25, telling her to come to her bedroom. And that is better than being alone. Mortensen then left her bedroom after opening her door the 4th time and ran to Bethany's bedroom downstairs. Mortensen advised that when she left her bedroom, she looked down the hallway to Xana's bedroom. Again, this is another 12 to 14, maybe 15 foot from where that stair rail would be to Xana's room, where Xana would have been laying on the floor. She glanced over and was running down past, and it was a quick look, right? Okay. That's how she explains it, at least. She said that she could see Xana laying on her back in her underwear, but she thought at the time Xana was passed out. Mortensen stated that she never went into Xana's bedroom, and she could only see Xana from the hallway, and she was running to get to Bethany's bedroom. She advised she was too scared to go into Xana's room. Why? Because she was passed out? So again, we'll say that the lighting was there by the, like I said, the same lighting that she would have seen that suspect, the good vibe sign and the beat cart lights that were on there, the Christmas lights on that. Okay. So she was running past that and glanced over and saw who she knew was Xana on the floor there. I don't know what lights were on in Xana's room. I'm going to give the bathroom light, glaring, whatever. Maybe Xana's light was on. Who knows? But that's a distance to be able to know for a fact that that's somebody there. And if you're seeing her laying there, you're also going to see the pool of blood that's around her too. But you didn't mention that. You didn't say that here. But okay. And you were too scared to go in there because you thought she was passed out. No, that don't make no sense. But okay. and when asked about the lighting conditions, here we go. Inside the residence, she advised that possibly, not for sure, but possibly Xana's light was on or the party lights were on. They either were or they weren't. And that is how she was able to see Xana, because they probably asked her the same question. Knowing the distance, how did you know that was Xana? Well, it's possible that there were lights on. Okay. Because otherwise she would not have been able to see her lying on the floor without any lights being on. Exactly. She was not certain if the bathroom lights were on, but she was not certain what lights were on, if any. What? Say one more time. And again, I give this to the detective, how they wrote this. This is stupid, but she was not certain if the bathroom lights were on, but she was not certain what lights were on, if any lights at all. Okay. She advised Xana did not say anything. Mortensen stated, so she must have called out to her. She never said that, but she must have called out to her, and Xana didn't respond. She should have said that. I'm sorry. She did not think anything was wrong. Well, when your friend doesn't respond to you, they're laying on the floor. You didn't think to stop and go look, but okay. She later offered that later on, after she was given more information, in my opinion, okay, she later offered that she may have been able to see Xana laying on the floor because they also had a Sensi light. A Sensi light. Guys.
It's a night light bulb in a Sensi light.
Okay, this isn't exactly what I'm sure she's talking about. But this, in effect, in a sense, is a Sensi light. You put a little candle in here, or you plug it in. They have light bulbs.
I was going to say, but it's a little night light bulb. It's not.
That's it. Yeah, it's a night light, basically, in a sense. A Sensi light. That's how you saw who that was. Okay. She explained that she has been trying to determine what was real from everything that she had been talking about with Blaker and myself. She advised me she knew the time with blank, Kaylee, and Maddie were real, but she has the video of them together. What? She was not certain how blank and blank and blank got home that day. She further explained that she had been trying to piece things together because some things do not make sense to her. Gee, I wonder why.
Right.
basically what that says to me is that she's trying to put this story together because she knows she can't, based on the information that's really true out there. That's my opinion, okay? She further explained she has been trying. Yeah, I said that. Sorry. She stated that she's being truthful. Now here we go. Hold on to your chairs on this one, folks. She stated that she's being truthful, but some of what she has been discussing, she is not certain is fact. So, in a sense, what she said, guys, I'm telling you the truth, but some of what I just told you, I can't tell you if it's true or not. What? What did you just say? And why were you allowed to say that? Okay. She's been working through it to try to remember what happened. No, she can't work through it to try to remember what happened. She's waiting to get the details to be able to tell you what she's supposed to say, is what that tells me. Okay. That's what that sounds like. You either know it or you don't, but you can sure as hell remember what happened in Vampire Diaries, but you can't remember this situation. In effect, folks, that's a traumatic situation. You should be like sobering the hell up if you weren't sober and remembering what the fuck is going on in front of your face, not a TV show.
Yeah.
Mortensen was asked if the female who was crying was saying anything, and she advised no. The female was only crying and the male was the only one talking. She described the item the suspect was holding was cylinder shaped again, and was also triangular shaped. So it was a triangle and a circle. Okay. She could not remember if the lights were on or off when she encountered the male suspect. She advised she does not know if this is even something she saw or something she dreamed. But I'll be goddamn if she can't remember fucking Vampire Diaries. That's what's killing me, you guys. I don't get this and why this is allowed. She advised that the last time she saw Xana was at the Sigma Chi house at approximately 11:04 p.m. Mortensen had confirmed this by checking her cell phone. Xana had been holding a White Claw. She was at blank, blank, blank at 12:49 a.m. She further advised Xana and Ethan did not stay at Ethan's house with any frequency because of Ethan's grades. He could not reside at the fraternity. He had his own apartment, but she does not know where his apartment is because she had never been there. Do you, anybody in here, remember ever seeing anything about them searching this apartment?
No.
Don't you think that's kind of important that they probably should have looked into Ethan's apartment and searched it to make sure that there's nothing there that gave them anything? Okay. Yeah. Just saying, but that's never been put out there that I've ever seen. So I think Annie has issues with that as well. Annie Potts, I'm sorry. But it's a point. It's a point, folks. She knows that Kaylee and Maddie were home when she went to bed. Okay. And blank, and from what she saw, when she saw Xana laying on the floor, but she was not certain about whether Ethan was home. Okay. She advised that she left blank and blank's house at approximately 12:49 to return home. Blank stated she is certain at 3:11 a.m., which through discussion might have been 2:11. Why is this okay? This is ridiculous with these time things. That's Moscow time, by the way, folks. And we've already, Tomboy explained this. We've explained this. It doesn't change. Okay. Kaylee, Maddie, and she were all in the house. She was not certain about Xana and Ethan because she does not know when they came home. None of us do. There's no report on that. She denied perceiving a threat even after encountering the male in the hallway. That wasn't a threat to you. Somebody wearing a mask, carrying a gun, and it's not a threat to you. That tells me you knew that person and that you were protected, as you said, okay? So, okay. She said that there were people coming in and out of their house at all the time. She denied remembering what his face looked like and said she could see that his head and mouth were covered, but she could see his eyebrows, and further advised she was not certain if she could see his nose or not. You either can or you can't. What do you mean? The nose is there or it's not. Okay. When asked if she knew what a balaclava was, she said no. And so I asked Sergeant Baker to show her a picture of a balaclava from a cell phone. And there we go. More information given to you to add to your story. Okay. Once again. And upon looking at the picture of a balaclava, she said, oh, it could have been. That could have been it right there. She does not remember seeing his mouth or nose, but she could see his eyebrows. Okay. And from 3 feet away with his back towards you walking out the door, I'm glad you saw that. I'm sorry, 15 feet away, not 3. When asked if any of her roommates told her about prior incidents involving anything that concerned them, and she advised Kaylee had told them blank and other roommates about an incident a month prior when she was outside with Murphy about a subject who had been watching her. This subject was in the apartments above the girl's residence. Mortensen further explained that 2 to 3 weeks ago, while at Winco, Kaylee told her about a male subject who followed her from the Winco store all the way to Kaylee's car. Even when Kaylee went to leave, the subject was standing by Kaylee's car. Why did she not file her police report, folks? That's some scary shit. She should have done that. Go ahead. Please do. Go ahead.
Followed her from the Winco store to her car, but when Kaylee went to leave, he was what? Followed her to her car, but he was already there, standing at her car at the same time? Does he teleport?
Yeah, Homeboy's right. The way this is written is crazy.
Even when Kaylee went to leave, the subject was standing by her car, but he followed her from the Winco store all the way to her car.
Like I said, whoever wrote this is illiterate. Sorry.
Apparently, you can teleport.
Yeah, I guess. Also, 2 to 3 weeks ago, all of the roommates went to Starbucks together. When they got home, their front door was wide open. They do not believe it had been open when they left. They do not believe or they know. You either know or you don't. She explained that there were prior issues with the front door, so she said it was possible the door opened because there had been a snowstorm. So this could explain why Jeff Kernodle was asked if he could, or told about the door, and decided he felt his daughter was unsafe, so he came there to fix it.
Mm-hmm.
As a father, I would have done the same thing. I understand that.
Right.
She said it was possible the door opened, but because there had been a snowstorm. And she explained possibly the wind caused the door to open. Also, when they got home, the washer was going. And she explained, which she described was not unusual. But this also concerned her. What? What? What does that even mean? So when we came home, our washer was running, but it's not normal. It's normal for it to do that, but that scared me. What does that mean?
I don't know. The next sentence, apparently she explains it, so.
Okay, so she explained because of these things, they went to get Ethan's golf clubs to protect themselves from a washer that's running when they searched the house. Okay, fine. So you're right. The laundry fairies. I get it, Lucy. I agree with you. They grabbed golf clubs to protect themselves from searching the house because the washing machine was going, folks. Nobody put a load of clothes in before you left, possibly. I mean, come on. This is what I'm saying. This statement here is ridiculous. Mortensen explained that weeks prior to the 13th, Kaylee told the roommates she heard a woman scream, but no one else heard it. Okay. Mortensen was asked if she was telling either Sergeant Blaker or I anything to prevent us from solving this, and she advised no. Why would they make that statement to her unless they thought something ain't right? Okay. That's again my opinion, but I feel like that was brought up because they felt something didn't sound right, and so they asked her, "Are you lying to us?" You know, something like that. She advised no, and that she understood my question, and she advised that she knew she did not sleep through the whole incident. And here's the reason why, folks. because she had texted communications and other things that she knows would have required her to be awake. Are you sure? What? Again. So again, yes, I know. I wasn't sleeping the whole time. Ann told us she wasn't. We know she wasn't. We looked at their entire text conversation and phone call conversation. No, you were not asleep at all that night. Not even a little bit. Okay. Yeah, because you know you did that, and you know that you can't say you were, which tells me right there. They pointed out to her, you have stated that you slept, right?
Hmm.
We know you didn't, Dylan. So stop fucking lying. God damn it. I'm so pissed about this. She advised she knows what she heard, especially about hearing who she believed was Kaylee crying and the male voice telling her. Wait, let me back that up again. She advised she knows what she heard, especially about hearing who she believed was Kaylee crying and the male voice telling her he was there for her. She stated again that she does not know much of what had been. Oh my God, this is why I get so confused. She stated again she does not know how much of what she has been telling us was not factual because she's still processing the events. Once again, what? I don't know. All this stuff I'm telling you, I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm telling you anyway. This is so stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on a minute. Hold that thought. I have to go. I'll be right back. Entertain yourselves, please.
Yeah, Yvonne, I don't know how Hitler found her statements consistent. There's no consistency whatsoever. I would agree with you, Death Valley. Exactly, Fizzy. Yeah, I think so too. End of the line. Could have been Hunter, probably, maybe. Or maybe they threw in a load before they left. Who knows?
All right, I'm back.
Okay.
Once again, this is one of the dumbest things I've ever read in my life, and it's taken seriously by law enforcement officers. This is what's killing me. And she knows that she heard that, okay? But she does not know how much of what she has been telling us is factual. Make up your mind. When asked why she believes that she was spared After the male suspect saw her, she said she does not know why, and she does not believe anyone ever tried to open her door during the time that he was in the house, and he could have easily done so. And why he would have passed by her room multiple times, she volunteered that could have easily, or wait, I'm sorry, volunteered that to come through the sliding glass door, the person would have had to have scaled a tall wall. Not really. There's a little bit of a rise out in the backyard, like a little cliff.
I was like, what?
Yeah, that's not a tall wall. That's like a step up onto a thing. But anyway, maybe if you're 3, it's a tall wall, but no. Okay. She advised the suspect would have known her room. Now, this is a little off to me too, because why do you know for a fact that they would have known your room for sure? Okay. Now, with what she says, sure, it makes sense to a limit, but does it really? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
Down. Like the second line at the end of 89.
There we go. She advised the suspect would have known her room would have been occupied because he appeared to have known the layout of the house. Are you sure? Is that because you know who that person is?
Right.
And maybe you told him whose room was whose. I don't know. That's just a thought. Not saying it's fact, folks, so don't take it as one. I'm just saying it's a curiosity to me. He appeared to have known the layout of the house. She also said that it could have been someone who was in the house last year when the other girls were living in the house. Why then? See, all this sounds like to me is like she's deflecting, deflect. Okay. She advised that there was no one she knows who would have wanted to hurt the girls, and the girls were loved by everyone, which we have heard before is not completely true. And that still doesn't give anybody the right to kill somebody. I'm just saying we know that there were people that did not like some of them, which happens. You know, she said that she had never heard even rumors which were negative about any of the victims. And I don't believe this. Okay. And I think she's putting this in here to once again draw attention away from her, possibly knowing that there were things about them that people didn't like, that somebody maybe had been talked about. Like Kim said, this had been talked about for a week or so, that something was going to go down, and she may have known about it. That sounds like that statement is to pull that attention away from her, from knowing that. Okay. Just saying. When asked about Kaylee's ex-boyfriend, Jack DeCourt, when asked about Kaylee's ex-boyfriend, Mortensen advised the breakup was mutual, and they have their dog Murphy in common. And DeCourt comes to their residence and plays with Murphy. He and Kaylee continue to be friends. When asked if they co-parented Murphy, she said yes. Kaylee told her, the relationship with DeCourt had run its course. Mortensen thought DeCourt had handled the breakup well because every time he came to their house, there did not seem to be an issue. Mortensen brought up the name blank, which I'd love to know, but she mispronounced his last name during the interview as someone that she and the others believed might be involved. I really would love to know that name. I'm trying to think of a name that could have been mispronounced easily because it's a strange name. Unless it may be Cole. What was Cole's last name? Brandenburg?
Yeah, something like that. Or
Barenberg. That's it. Maybe. Who knows? She said they all thought that this person was, but that's her speaking for everybody. So we don't know. Once again, maybe another name thrown out there to take their attention in another direction. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Or it could have been Berkoa. Good point, Fizzy.
That's another one, yeah.
So, and then hold on once again, folks, and prepare. This next paragraph coming up. And this is something that really stopped me yesterday and last night. It made me go, wait a minute. That's kind of a catch right there. That's interesting to me too. She mispronounced his name and his last name during the interview as someone she and the others believed might be involved. Okay. But she was reluctant to say that he was a suspect because She knows how damaging to his reputation that could be if he were not involved. What reputation would you be so worried about damaging if that's the case? Is he somebody of importance? A police officer? The mayor?
Someone she doesn't believe might be, but she was reluctant to say he was a suspect because she knows how damaging to his reputation that
So-
could be if he were not involved.
Yep. Think about that. What kind of a reputation would you be worried about squashing or damaging if it was just you're another college kid or a neighbor or something like that? You're worried about damaging somebody's reputation as what? A police officer? Somebody
Says Daddy Green.
right? Somebody that works for the college.
Says the teacher. Yeah.
Okay, Tomboy. Thank you for being up here.
I think
Yeah.
everybody's scared to come up here when I'm up here. Because when I'm not up here, your panel's full. When I'm up here, nobody comes up here.
They're not afraid of you. I am, but they're not. I'm just kidding. They know that they can't act out when they're up there when you're up here. That's why.
I
I
yes,
don't know
they
why.
can.
Can they?
Yes, they can.
And then what?
Till they annoy me, and then I'll just say something, and it'll be okay.
And then they'll leave. That's it. That's how it works.
No.
That's it. She's not that bad, guys. She's awesome. Now, you guys are welcome to jump up here with us, by the way. Maybe they felt that they didn't, it is what it is. No big deal. But yeah, you're welcome to jump up here. Where do we go? Oh, so, and this same person, though, okay, and it tells me it feels like it's somebody of some importance. It's not just another college kid. It's not just a neighbor. It's not just a guy that works at the car wash down the road or at the Jack in the Box. This is somebody that maybe holds a specific title or has some importance in the area, in my opinion, because of what she just said there. She advised that she was told by blank, Xana's best friend is Emily, sorry, that blank once punched a friend of theirs, blank, in the stomach last year, but blank did not know the circumstances as to why. That's interesting. Blank advised that recently Kaylee started talking to blank, blank, blank. Seemed okay with that decor. Okay. Blank offered her DNA. Sergeant Blaker secured a swab from blank at the conclusion of the interview. She advised that, and here's a big one right here, folks. This is huge to me, and because this says something completely different from what she says here, and I'll tell you what it means to me. At the conclusion of the interview, she advised that it might be difficult to locate the offender's DNA because they had conducted a deep clean of their residence leading up to the parents' weekend, which was the weekend before. Okay. And when asked about the deep clean of the residence occurred, it would have been the weekend of the crimes, before the weekend of the crimes. Why would you make a statement like that? It might be hard for you guys to figure out who this is to get their DNA because we cleaned the house real good last weekend. What? What did you just say? Actually, like Bobby said yesterday and a couple other people, it would make it easier to find that DNA. Or is she really making a statement without saying it that we cleaned up after the crime? I'm telling you, that's what I got out of that. As soon as she said that, we all froze and went, what did you just say? Eddie was like, okay, right. So I cleaned a week ago. So it might be hard for you to find evidence from what happened last night. Exactly. No. What that says to me is, well, we cleaned up last night. And I'm not going to tell you that because we can get in trouble, but that may make it hard for you to find the DNA. That's what that meant, in my opinion. Do not tell me it means something it means anything like what she said. And I'm going to tell you something else.
We cleaned the night before. Last night.
A lot of people are saying that Dylan is stupid, that Dylan is dumb, and that she doesn't know what she's doing. And I'm going to tell you right now, folks,
complete opposite.
Maybe I think she's playing dumb. Okay. That's what I think, is I think she's playing dumb in these interviews because she has to. She was advised that there was evidence left at in the residence, and she sighed and said she was glad to hear that there was evidence found at the scene. Really? So you didn't do a great cleaning job, Dylan? Is that why you sighed? Like, oh shit, we're screwed now. She explained that her blank, 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 blank. When asked if she would be able to provide a description to the police composite artist, she said she would not be able to describe enough of the suspect to be helpful. That's convenient, isn't it? After him being 3 feet in front of you. She further advised the only thing she remembered about his face was what his eyebrows were bushy. She advised that she was confused about why the offender would have taken the patio door out of the residence because of the drop off of the patio. You walked around it. What's the big damn deal? She advised she remembered that cars do. Oh, this is another good one. Cars do come and by the residence a lot. And she said there was a black truck driving past blank window. And she further said she was not absolutely certain it was a black truck. What the hell again? Was it a truck or was it not a truck? This is insane. You either saw it or you didn't. I'm sorry, but once again, another dumbass statement. And she was not absolutely certain it was a black truck, but there was a vehicle that went by their residence and she could see the taillights, but she did not remember if the headlights were on. But what drew her attention to it was the red lights on the back of the truck. And when asked if she meant brake lights, she said yes. I don't get it. Hey, Annie, good to see you. This is nuts. I mean, it just doesn't make any damn sense, you guys. When asked what occurred after she went into blank Bethany's bedroom, she said they eventually fell asleep. And when she awakened, she was lying next to Bethany in Bethany's bed. They never went to sleep, in my opinion. I'm sorry. She advised a friend of theirs, blank and blank mother, are planning a memorial that has helped her emotionally. She advised blank is crying a lot over this. I'm guessing Bethany. But she has not been crying, and blank has explained to her why she has not been showing emotions. That's interesting to know. She explained blank used the word disassociate to describe her emotions, or you just don't care. When she awakened that morning, blank was next to her and Bethany was next to her in bed. They were both too scared to leave the room to even go to the bathroom. She advised at approximately 11:23 a.m. Blank then corrected the time to 10:23 Moscow time. I'm so tired of seeing that. Blank said she texted Maddie and asked her if she was up. At 11:29 Moscow time again, blank texted Kaylee, "Are you up?" She could tell her Snapchats were not being read when she was texting them through Snapchat. Mortensen advised she called blank, one of her closest friends, about what happened that night with the masked man. I'm guessing that's Emily, maybe. Mortensen then explained that she reached out to blank in the text message, which told her was at 10:50 a.m., but she thinks blank was mistaken. Blank told her she would send blank to their house because of their concerns about what had occurred during the night. When blank got to the house, which she described was before noon, she is not certain if he came in through the unlocked front door or had to use the code to the front door to get him into the residence. By the way, Annie, you're welcome to join me if you'd like to up here. I would love to hear your take so far on these things too, by the way. Oh, shit. Hold on, you guys. Let me turn that off. Oh, I guess I was wrong about something. My apologies. Absolutely. Thank you, Nina, for pointing it out. I guess Maddie did have boots on that night, but Kaylee was wearing tennis shoes. So my apologies, you guys. I could have swore to God they both had tennis shoes on, but my apologies. I was wrong. It does. I have no problem admitting when I'm wrong. Thank you, Nina, for showing that to me. Um, I don't know why the hell I was thinking they had tennis. She had tennis shoes on too, though. That's something. Maybe I just didn't see him clearly before. I don't know. Either way. But she's not the one that was heard walking down the stairs, though. So it doesn't matter. It's not that important. Welcome, Noni. Good to see you.
Annie's getting ready for work.
Oh, okay. No problem, Annie. You know that there's an open door here for you anytime. All right, back to where I was. She advised she initially. No. Hold on.
The bagel row. Oh, Lord.
She is not certain if he came in through the unlocked front door. Blah blah blah. Okay. Code to the front door to get into the residence. And when he got into the house, he asked about the location of a knife, and she directed him to the knife. She advised that she initially went upstairs from Bethany's bedroom with Hunter, and she advised when she saw Xana, she realized Xana had not moved since she saw her earlier. She was still thinking Xana was still passed out from being drunk. Hunter, Johnson then sent Mortensen downstairs. She advised Blank, and Blank came over after Blank came to the house because she had asked them to come to the house. She advised Blank then came downstairs, which would be Hunter, and she could tell by his facial expression that he had seen something. And he told them to call 911. Dispatcher was asking her about a defibrillator. Oh, I'm sorry. No, back up. He had told them to call 911. Blank was the one that Bethany was the one to call 911. And Blank at one point said she was on the phone with police dispatch and the dispatcher was asking her about a defibrillator. They told dispatch there were people unconscious. Mortensen denied seeing Xana or any of the other victims' bodies, which we already know she said that she did see Xana. So why are you denying it? She advised they stayed in the house when the police arrived, which we know is not true. They were outside when the police got there. And that, I don't understand why these things are being stated, but okay. They were putting the tape up when they realized that there had been a crime. And when they saw the ambulance arrive and leave, Mortensen told them they could, Blank told them they would not leave unless there was no reason to stay. She then advised the vandal alert came out, and that is when they realized their friends were actually gone. That I don't believe either. She advised that they all realized that there had actually been a murder committed in their residence, which I believe you knew already. She said Kaylee had a balcony, and she remembered looking at the pictures in the news, and Kaylee's curtains were all messed up. She thought the distance of the balcony to the ground may have been too much and brought too much attention if that is how the suspect made entry into the house through Kaylee's bedroom. When asked if she checked the house for anyone else when she initially came home for the night with Bethany and or LM or whatever that person was, and she was asked if she had to unlock the front door, she advised she believes she had to unlock the front door to get into the residence. She advised that when she first got home, she remembered, amazingly, the sliding door was closed, but she did not know if it was locked. She advised when she first got home that she went to Kaylee's bedroom to let Murphy out of Kaylee's room. And Kaylee's lights were on and no one was in Kaylee's bedroom. Murphy came back into the house after going outside. Sergeant Blaker asked Mortensen about the login and username for the router, the Wi-Fi at the residence, and Mortensen advised Kaylee was responsible for that bill. She further explained she nor Blank were responsible for the Wi-Fi bill because they had just moved into the residence in August. Blank had some follow-up questions for Blank outside of the interviews, and as a result, the audio recording was turned off at 2:11 this same date. Why did you turn off the recording while you were asking the follow-up questions? Why did not you keep correcting, or why didn't you keep recording that? That's a problem for me. That's not the way that should be done. Sorry.
No.
So all of these things we pointed out, okay? All of these things we pointed out. These are issues, in my opinion. I'm sorry. Big time issues. Any thoughts on the things, specific little small things that we pointed at, Mama Bear?
No, other than what I sent you in Discord.
Sorry, did I miss that? Let me look again. Hang on a minute. Oh yeah, that. Um,
I mean,
I mean, at this point, what the hell? Just saying, it's definitely a cylinder object. Um, that's fine.
Christine Waitbird said they just sent you a video of the black truck pulling up at 11:23. I don't know who the creator is or if anything.
Well, Jesse, come on up here, brother. It's pinned in the chat. I want to hear your thoughts.
I don't bite.
Where's it at? In the email, Bear?
Didn't say. Just said they sent you a video.
Who was it?
Waitbird or Christine.
Oh yeah, here it is. I see it. Thank you, Christine.
Okay, so 2 minutes.
At 11:23. Oh shit. Hang on a minute.
The hell kind of car was that?
Hold on. Oh, Brian Koberger's in the truck now too. Okay. Christ. Hold on a minute. All right, let's start this again.
Well, it's a truck. I can't say that it's black necessarily.
Wow. Are you kidding me? That's it. She solved it. That's how they caught him. They caught him in the black truck. He must have put the Elantra in the back of the truck or something. I don't know. That would make sense. Are you taking off, Witchy? Oh, thank you so much for being here, sis. We appreciate you. I got to play that one more time because that's almost hysterical to me. The police altered the videos? No, come on now. I wouldn't do that. Jesus. That's how they got him. They saw him in that black truck. You ain't lying. What's up,
Right.
Jesse?
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Jesse.
See, I'm not scared of Mama Bear.
All right, cool.
Good.
Yeah, I got plenty of thoughts on these documents. I gotta say, plenty of thoughts.
We've only gotten through. I know you weren't here yesterday with us, so
I watched the replay. I saw, and I was hoping Eddie would be up because I wanted to tell Eddie that while I think I still disagree with him, I'm starting to get closer to where he's at with the. It's not the roommate's fault. Their words are being twisted, but with Dylan, she just seems like too much of a willing participant in having her words twisted.
in a lot of this,
Right?
Yeah, she's just too happy to participate for me. But what was I going to say about the Wi-Fi? She answered a question that wasn't asked. They asked, "Do you have the password for the Wi-Fi?" And then she says, "Well, actually, Kaylee pays for the Wi-Fi." And that's not the question. Clearly, Dylan has the password. I mean, she lives there. She's there's no way a kid with TikTok and all this stuff, Instagram, doesn't know the password to the Wi-Fi. So just give them the password. There's no need to tell them who pays for the Wi-Fi. It felt to me like Dylan's trying to distance herself from whatever is going on with that Wi-Fi. And, then you've got that office, quote unquote, office with nothing but a bed in it. You've got a lot of money flowing through that house, or certainly a lot of residents of that house that seem to have a pretty good income to buy whatever they want, travel wherever they want.
Well, Jesse, I don't know if you heard it yesterday or if you watched. You said you watched it back. We were gonna go the next to last. Before I ended yesterday, one of the next to last interviews I read. That girl said that it basically, she insinuated that Kaylee seemed to conveniently have quite a bit of money lately. She bought a Range Rover. I think it was Madison Moy that they were interviewing in the backyard, and said that she'd been buying drinks for people a lot lately and things like that. So she's insinuating that Kaylee is sitting on some bank. You know what I mean? So that was kind of interesting. It's very interesting.
Well, and there you go. As far as motive goes, I mean, somebody comes into a bunch of money, and then something like that happens to them, it seemed like more happened to Kaylee than happened to anybody else.
Yeah. And they won't tell us who their victim was. Conveniently, I think they know.
And they won't let us even talk about the money. That the shame that comes, the victim shaming comments that come when you even question where she's getting the money. What is she selling? What's the deal with that Wi-Fi? What's the deal with that office?
Right.
To me, it highly likely has something to do with where all that money is coming from, and why Dylan wants to distance herself from that.
It could very well be. And to me, I told SRB when we talked about this yesterday beforehand, I said, it's not a bad thing, folks. But Steve Gonsalves, I still think this is what he was talking about, stated there's going to be some names dragged through the mud, and there's going to be a lot of people that think there's some things that are gross. That's what I think he's talking about, because he knew. Again, there's no shame in it. Do what you got to do to do, and people do it all the time. Okay, just as much as single mothers that work at exotic dance clubs to make an income to take care of their child. I don't down these people. This is what they have to do, or this is what you're doing. It's your choice. It's you. That's your life, your body, your choice, your whatever you're going to do.
You certainly don't deserve to be harmed because of it. That's for sure.
Not at all. Not at all.
Might not wish it for our daughters and our family members in particular, but who are we to judge, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Amen. So yeah, that's definitely a thing, and it shouldn't be looked down upon. It shouldn't be a dirty, gross thing. Okay, we're grown adults, folks. Some of us are between our.
It certainly could provide some motive for Jack D. I mean, his high school sweetheart, and then we're reading in the documents that she's got these casual hookups that she casually spends the night with this guy here in this town. And she's got a guy that she spends the night with in Dallas or in Texas, wherever she was going to move to in Texas. And, various other things.
There's that new male roommate she was about to go move in with. I mean, that's that would definitely light somebody up. They'd be a little pissed about that.
I counted 3 confirmed different guys that it was insinuated she was sleeping. Was it 5? 5. So yeah, and it could be 5, it could be 15. How many is enough to get Jack riled up? 3 is probably enough to get him riled up.
Right.
One would be enough in some senses, right?
But yeah, I mean, if it's your high school sweetheart and she's making it a business, I could see that being hard to deal with when you're that young and that insecure. You're not really a man yet. You're still a boy. You take it as a personal insult. I could see him blowing up over that. And whether it's him or it could be one of the 5 guys. I mean, there's a lot of guys that don't want to share their love interest with 4 other guys or 5 other guys.
True.
And then we got the gun. I mean, it sounds to me like there was a gun involved. I mean, the writing's on the wall. I mean, spell it out without actually. I mean, I shouldn't say without actually saying it, because I believe in the first interview, Dylan said she saw what appeared to be a gun. So her words, G-U-N, gun.
Yep.
And then in further interviews, she starts trying to distance herself from that comment, right? Like, well, I'm not sure. And then she says cylinder with a triangle at the bottom. Well,
the butt stock, yes.
A stock and a barrel. A barrel is a cylinder. A stock is a triangle. But one of the comments that I found that was really interesting was a cop mentioned. Oh, somebody says in the Linda Lane recordings, heard a loud voice say she's a whore. I'm sure that a few people were saying that about her, probably. But anyways, back to what I was saying. In one of the second interviews or later interviews, she says a cop told her that there was a bow, and to me it sounded like she had been told by a cop to step away from calling it a gun and call it whatever, describe it, be vague, say that you don't know what it was. For all you know, it could be a bow and arrow, it could be a vacuum cleaner, but just don't continually say it's a gun.
Could be a vampire wooden stake.
Yeah, considering, yeah.
But when she says a cylinder with a triangle at the end, I mean, to me, she's still saying gun.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as Eddie was saying about, it's not their fault because the cops are twisting their words. I'm almost leaning toward that's an acceptable argument in Bethany's case. Like, she's ran off. She's nowhere to be seen. She clearly doesn't want to participate in this. Some people say that they hold it against her that she didn't show up at the sentencing hearing. I'm not sure I hold it against her. I mean,
I've heard that too.
I hold it against Dylan for showing up and putting on a performance and then cashing in $100,000. I mean, if Bethany was forced to tell a story and forced to play along with a narrative, and she didn't necessarily want to do it, and then she just refuses to participate any further and says she's too traumatized and stays in Nevada wherever she is, I think that's perhaps a more respectable way to proceed than Dylan's. Dylan seems to be very, very willing to participate in the cover-up.
Sure as hell looks like the way, doesn't it? He did it again. What did you do, Mama Bear?
I go to type in the chat and I end up pushing buttons because I'm using both screens.
There we go. It's okay. Gotcha. So no, I agree with you, Jesse. And like I said, I know you noticed how many times I pointed it out, and I did that on purpose because she can remember And I keep going back to it, guys, because it infuriates me. It tells me a whole lot. You can remember a specific episode of Vampire Diaries from that night, but you cannot remember anything else for sure. I don't believe that. I'm sorry. I just don't.
Well, and the comment about the cleaning also, you
Yeah.
know, the thing about lying is you got to, if you want to get away with lying, it's got to be mostly true, right? So you have to just pick selective little bits that you're going to change for your narrative reasons, and the rest has to be all based on truth. So there's a lot of, I mean, if you start to interpret what she's saying, and you just, if you want to mold it to your narrative, take her narrative away, just change it a little bit to something that makes more sense to you. And some of the things like when asked if she knew the person in the house, she said, it's possible. I mean, you don't say that unless you know that person, right?
Yep.
If we're talking about a murder and somebody says, well, did you know who did it? And she, it's possible. I mean, to me, that means she knew who it was.
That's exactly how I feel. Yes, sir. Either that or you would just say, absolutely not. I have no idea who this is.
And then you might have trouble finding anything because we did a deep clean a week ago.
Oh my God.
First of all, you look at the pictures of that house. It doesn't look like they've ever done a deep clean in that house.
Not even close.
Second of all, we know that house was cleaned that night. You know, and again, it's lying and knowing that you have to stick to the truth as much as possible, and too much truth coming out. And for that exact purpose, I have an idea, and I don't have time to do it myself, but if anybody in the chat is interested, I think there could be some gold in Scott Coomer Green's book, because he goes off and writes a book, and he's exactly the type of guy. I mean, he's probably an excellent liar who buries his lies conveniently with the truth. And whatever he had to say in that book, you know, he put words to paper, 2 years ago, shortly after this happened, like a year and a half, 2 years ago.
Yep.
And, you know, reading it then without the perspective that you have now, but with the perspective of all these documents that have been released, I'm sure you could catch him up in a few things that would maybe point you in the right direction to what actually happened here.
Most definitely. I agree with you on that. Considering that he was, and that would explain as well why he had to be so highly involved within this investigation. And that's always been, you know that, Jesse, and Mama Bear knows this because I've talked to her about it privately as well as in here. That has always been a huge issue for me, the fact that this man has had to be so personally involved in this investigation.
It was almost like Mr. Wolf in Pulp Fiction, you know. Call in Scott Coomer Green and we'll start cleaning this up and let the cover up begin.
Yep. Yes, sir. Very good point. Very good point.
One more thing, those barn hearts, those barn animals, those barnyard animals.
The barnyard animals.
They should never be allowed in a courtroom ever again. They're filthy, rotten scoundrels and liars. And that company of theirs, Celebrite, it's quite clear based on what we saw in the Karen Reed case and what we're seeing in this case.
Right.
They'll just lie. I mean, they're hired liars. They'll tell whatever story you want them to tell. Just a matter of how much are you going to pay us? And one of the things is when people tell you who they are, believe them. And in this case, when you hear Bill Thompson come out and say he connected to a tower that provides service to the within 100 yards of the 1122 King House, and he infers and he does it intentionally to get you to believe that Brian was at the residence 23 times, and then later admits that that was never the case, and he was always aware that that was never the case, but he tried to manipulate you to believe that for the last 2 years. Also, when we find out that he wasn't putting bleach in his car, he wasn't putting garbage in his neighbor's garbage can. Where did these things come from? They didn't. Brian Enton didn't just make this shit up. Somebody inferred this to him, right? Somebody gave him just enough information for him to come up with that. And I don't think it was an accident. And that seems to be this strategy, the media strategy, the entire time, based on the non-dissemination order, and then you give them crumbs, and you do it intentionally, knowing that they're going to run with it, and this is what they're going to come up with. The paparazzi, everything that they've tried to use against Brian. He broke in, that the story about the neighbor and the security cam. He installed cameras in a woman's home to watch her, was the original story there, until we finally got the true story. And everything has been so manipulated. But don't think it's all by accident. I mean, it's certainly
Not at all. Right. Not at all an accident by any means whatsoever.
And when you hear this stuff, you hear that he was never putting garbage in his neighbor's garbage. He never truly connected to the Wi-Fi, or his phone never put him in the area of 1122 King Road. And then you think about all the other evidence that we haven't yet actually seen, the Amazon purchase and all these other things. How do you believe any of it? I mean, why would you believe that they would lie about all these things? And then, I mean, you should now have to question everything they've said about this entire case.
Oh, thank you, Jesse. By the way, sorry to interrupt you, but if I don't say it, I'm gonna forget it. I already forgot it once. You brought that to my attention again. That's another thing they tried to say, that Brian connected to the Mad Greek Wi-Fi. Guess what, folks? No, you know what Brian did? Brian looked up restaurants in my area, and they put that in as him touching the Wi-Fi in an aspect. That's all that was.
That's not
well, and it wasn't an accident. That wasn't an accident either, because they did 2 interviews from what I saw, and in the first one I saw, which is the one that all the numbnuts, Daniel and his mates, Gray Pubes, and the rest of them were running with him connecting to the Wi-Fi.
Yep.
In the first interview, they just gave you just a tidbit of information and let you infer, and they said there was a passive connection with the Mad Greek Wi-Fi.
Yep.
But they were selling it. They were selling that we can put him at the Mad Greek. That's what they were selling. That's what they wanted you to think. And then when people started digging into it and criticizing it, the next interview I saw, she's like, well, I just want to clarify, this is actually what happened. But she was still trying to sell it. Heather Barnhart, she was on there going, well, we can put Mad Greek on his phone. He saw Mad Greek on his phone. And it's like, that's like saying we found a phone book in his apartment, and the Mad Greek was one of the businesses in his phone book. Seeing the Mad Greek on your phone when you search for restaurants is absolutely meaningless. And the fact that you're trying to infer that it means something, in my mind, makes you dishonest and makes me distrust you, and it makes me distrust any information you're going to come out with from this point forward.
Absolutely. Brian,
here's one of my questions: is everybody's been making this huge ordeal about the VPN.
Mm-hmm.
If I could afford it, I would have a freaking VPN.
90% of the public has a fucking VPN, Mama Bear. That's right.
Right. So why is this such a big deal that he has one?
Because it makes it look like he's hiding something, and that's what they need.
Doesn't everybody have one?
I do, because of my Fire Sticks and stuff. Well, I used to. I found that I don't need it. So, but yeah, I had one, and that's because I don't, I have Fire Stick, and I had it jailbroke and all that fun stuff, and you don't want people to know that. You know what I mean? It's a normal thing. It doesn't. Once again, it's one more thing they're putting out that's normal in life that they're trying to make him abnormal with.
And none of this stuff that they're coming up with too is sufficient to represent a potential serial killer, right? Like when you start talking about what we should expect from somebody who might become a serial killer, we're talking about violence, sex crimes, real nasty stuff, significant stuff, skinning animals, real problems.
Right. Even the circumstantial shit that they have is uncircumstantial to me. It's a joke. Welcome, Lily. Good to see you. So yeah, you're absolutely right, Jesse. It's a joke. It's this entire thing is the worst story I've ever seen written in my life. It truly is, with the absolute most insane script. Same to you, Lily. Thank you so much. Congrats and happy day anniversary on 19 months. I know it's been longer than that, as everybody's is. But thank you so much for being part of our family and our community, Lily. We love you. Go ahead, Jesse. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
I didn't know I was speaking. I don't think you interrupted me.
I thought you had said something. I cut you off. I have a tendency to do
I'm waiting for somebody in chat to ask me a question.
Ask
But if there's a moment of silence, I could always sing, Josie's on a vacation far away.
There you go. Josie Joe's in the house. Good to see you, Josie. Thanks for joining us. So yeah, guys, I mean, that's the issue. The next interview that I was going to be pulling up to go along with the next report, folks, is a big red flag. A big one. And you know why? We talked about it last night when I first ended. On November 18th of 22 at approximately 11:36, Homeland Security Investigations Task Force officer. Why do you need to have Homeland Security involved in interviewing anybody or anything with this investigation? Anybody can you tell me that? It's a homicide, folks. It's not a terrorist action. Anything like that. It's a quadruple homicide. So why is the Homeland Security Investigations Task Force involved in this? Anybody, please.
Because it's a psyop. I didn't want to say that. I didn't want to go down that really hardcore conspiracy route, but the way it's running, man, there's a lot of people lying.
And that is a huge thing to me. Sorry. Task Force Officer Sage Collins and I, Idaho State Police Detective Matt Wernsing, interviewed blank. Date of birth was whatever of 2000 in regard to the homicide. The interview took place at blank's home located at blank in Parma Canyon County, Idaho. I'm glad you're up here for this one. The following is summary of blank's statement. Blank was a friend of Gonsalves and Mogan and was also their neighbor across the street at blank King Road in Moscow, Lake County, Idaho. He did not know the other two victims. Gonsalves was in an on and off dating relationship with one of blank roommates. Blank, and blank. Were in the same fraternity. Blank also knew Mogan's boyfriend, but he had graduated and was living in Boise. He knew Gonsalves a little more than Mogan because he had dated blank, and he said their relationship remained amicable. Blank and his girlfriend, blank, were at his house on Saturday, November 12th. Blank went to the victim's house around 10 p.m. Hold on. I just lost my spot. I hate when I do that. At approximately 10:45, blank, Gonsalves, and Mogan got a ride to the Corner Club bar, located at 202 North Main. We know that. Blank believed they got a ride from an Uber driver named Eric Gower. He and his friends went to the Corner Club shortly after the girls left. After approximately an hour, Blank spoke with Gonsalves and Mogan briefly while at the Corner Club before they left. Blank told Blank the two girls were going to John's Alley. Blank saw that they were hanging out with another student he identified as blank, and saw them leave the Corner Club with Jack Showalter. Told Blank the two girls did not typically hang out with Jack. And hold on, Jesus, 1 second. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry about that. Now where was I? My mother-in-law walked in for a minute. Sorry. Oh, saw that he was hanging. They were hanging out with another student they identified as, I'm going to guess, Jack Showalter, and saw them leave the Corner Club with Jack Showalter, and told Blank the two girls did not typically hang out with Jack Showalter, and Blank thought it was odd. Blank and Blank walked to Blank's house approximately 1:30 a.m. and stayed there. They woke up the next morning, Sunday the 13th, went and got breakfast, and Blank drove Blank to his house at approximately 11:45. There was only one police vehicle in front of the residence. When they drove by, Blank went outside with Blank and another roommate, blank, and watched more law enforcement respond to the scene. Blank ran to the victim's house and was there for approximately an hour and a half before returning. Blank was visibly upset and told Blank and Blank some of the girls had died, and Gonsalves was one of them. Blank
You're not
left.
sharing the document, by the way.
Oh, sorry. I don't know why that keeps doing that. Anyway, there it is. Sorry, guys. So I'm down here. Blank left Moscow later on that Sunday. Interesting. Blank clarified that he and Blank went to the grub truck on their way from the corner club to Blank's house. He also saw on social media Gonsalves and Mogan went to the grub truck after he Blank were there. Blank thought they may have been at the grub truck between 3 and 3:30 a.m. based on when they posted to their social media. The grub truck broadcasted a live feed that captured the two girls at the truck. Blank thought it was odd that Blank spent so much time, Showalter again, around the two girls. Blank had heard Blank may have committed the murder, but said Blank went home with the other roommates and Blank when he and Blank left the corner club. Jesus. Blank fourth roommate Blank worked at Blank, but would have gone home around 4 a.m. after closing down. So that would be Adam, I think. After closing down Blank, there were also two more students that lived above. Jesus, I keep losing my spot because of these blackouts.
You need to make your cursor bigger in a different color.
Maybe Blank, and Blank were also hanging out with Blank, and before they all went to bed. Blank told Blank he had been woken up between 4 and 4:45 a.m. because Blank and Gonsalves' dog had been barking very loudly. So 4 and 4:45, okay, and uncontrollably. It sounded as though the dog was outside, which was odd because of how cold it was and the dog not being an outside dog. Blank did not know the two roommates that were not injured and found it odd that they were sitting in their rooms and slept through the incident. You think? We know they weren't sleeping, though. Blank was not aware of any of the victims, had a stalker, and he mentioned a stalker from earlier in the year that lived in Blank apartments, white apartments, I guess, that had already been reported to the police. The interview was conducted at 12:09. Further details from Blank's statements, see notes and listen to audio recording and interview. Let me write that number down. And well, I transferred the audio recording of the interview to a CD submitted to ISP under evidence tag. I doubt that we'll ever get to hear those, but that's interesting. And why they brought Homeland Security into that one, I'm real interested. Any thoughts on that, either one of you two?
No.
No thoughts from me, except for conspiracy theories that I have yet to develop.
Right. I just thought that was quite interesting, and they're blatantly, whoever that person is blatantly accusing Showalter of being involved in the murder. That's quite interesting.
Well, okay, here's a thought. When Dylan was saying it might be Blank, but she's hesitant to identify Blank because it might harm their reputation, who could that possibly be? You'd think that Showalter might be a guy. He was the guy that people were fingering in the early going, but he doesn't sound like he's got much of a reputation, except for perhaps a rich family. So maybe there was enough of a reputation there. His family reputation, right? But I thought it was significant, though, that Dylan admitted that she would have an inclination who killed her friends and would keep quiet about it to protect a reputation. You know, like the part about I'm hesitant to say because of his reputation, that seems like a silly thing to say to me.
Yeah, very much so. See, it made me think of like, maybe, which is a good point, Jesse. Maybe if somebody of importance, law enforcement officer, or like, somebody that works for the college, a professor.
Well, the other thing is the gun. If we believe it's a gun, and the way the gun is being described, like an assault rifle, who has access to assault rifles?
Right, they're not easy to get unless you have some kind of influence per se. So that's a good point too. Military. Law enforcement. I don't know what ROTC does with getting the colleges, but somebody involved in something like that. Yes. Now people do own these. I can't see a college kid having one, so it's got to be somebody that has some kind of importance or value there in the community. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know, but that was interesting. Is that the same one or is that a different one? Wait. Oh, that's another one. So they had Homeland Security for more than one interview here. Same guy. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Yeah. Okay, this is definitely different. Okay. On November 18th of 22, approximately 12:16, HSI Task Officer Sage Collins again and Idaho State Police Detective Matt Wernsing interviewed blank blank. Date of birth is 2001. In regard to the homicide, same situation, same statement. On Saturday, November 12th, blank was at blank college house located at whatever. She called Gonsalves at approximately 10 p.m. This is a female, and went over to her house. Mogan came home from the blank house shortly after. Gonsalves had contacted a man by the name of blank. It's a short name to give Eric to give them a ride from their house. Blank did not know blank last Gower, but provided his phone number as blank. When blank arrived to pick them up, Gonsalves got in the front seat and blank and Mogan got in the back seat. So this is the other girl that went with them to the bar initially that we have no idea who that is. So hold on. When Gower arrived to pick them up, Gonsalves got in the front seat and back. Okay, I read that. Blank had recently had a baby, and blank asked him how fatherhood was. Gower did. They had a new baby. That's right. Blank said blank was feeling down about it and let out a big sigh. By the way, when Gower did this, his wife and child were out of town at that point, from what I understand, that night. Okay. He said that it was harder than he'd expected and had been kind of hard on him. He also said that his wife and kid were out of town. Well, there it is. And that he was excited to have the house to himself for the weekend. Blank dropped the girls off at the corner club and told them he would be driving around till 3 a.m. Holy shit. Blank, 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 and blank, blank were friends of the girl. Jesus, criminy. And we're already at the bar. You're right, Josie. I'm going to stutter. Blank told blank that he would go to the corner club. Jesus, God. So that's a whole bunch of people.
Should have just blanked the whole thing.
You're right. That's so dumb. They left the word and in there. That's it. Blank and blank shared a class with a guy named blank blank who was also at the corner club. Blank began creeping blank out by staring at her and making comments to her. Blank also spoke to blank saying he needed to get her blank goddamn phone number right now and was being kind of aggressive. Blank hung around the girls at the bar for a while. I think that goes back to Cole Barenberg, the guy that got kicked out of the bar, possibly.
Could be.
Which is definitely something that should have been looked into a little deeper because it was kind of dark, the stuff he was saying and doing and how intoxicated he was too. So, blank said Gonsalves and Mogan left to go to John's Alley in Moscow and heard Showalter went with them. She didn't see him leave with the girls, but thought it would be weird if it was true. The girls had apparently asked blank blank to go with them as well, but he stayed at the corner club, Jack Decor. Blank left the corner club with blank at approximately 1:15 and went to the grub truck. They got food at the grub truck and went to blank house at blank in Moscow to eat and go to bed. See, a lot of people here are saying now that they believe that it's strange that Jack Showalter was with them, that was hanging with them, that was there that night. And that's something that I don't think should be overlooked. Considering what we've recently learned about Showalter, what a lot of us thought about Showalter back in the beginning, and knowing that this man had blood in his apartment that was just completely dismissed. So I have a lot of issues with this. I'm sorry. Notice how MSM has not said one thing about this incident before the crime, but MSM wants to yell about Brian blocking people. Yes, agreed, Jen. Thank you. Thank you. Very good point. So on we go. I asked Blank why it would have been odd for the girls to leave with Jack Showalter. She said Blank was not someone she or the other girls hung out with because he was weird. Oh, Lord, here we go. He smoked a lot of pot, had a temper, and fought a lot. The girls knew Blank because he was a blank or a member of the blank fraternity. Logan's boyfriend was also a blank, and the sororities would often hang out with the blank. See, there you go. He had not that he smoked too much pot or whatever, but he had a temper and he was weird, they're saying. So if that's the case, the more I hear about this, the more I think. Gonsalves and Mogan had sent videos of themselves at the grub truck to Snapchat group around 2. Blank had not heard of Gonsalves having a stalker. She said the victims were pretty well liked and did not know of any issues the victims had with anyone. Blank thought blank blank may have been working at blank the night of the incident, as well as blank 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 and blank blank. Blank said there's a lot of Instagram accounts that were surfacing. The accounts had few followers, but were following many of the girls and making comments such as "You're next." That's new. Thank God that they're gone, and I'm going to do it again. See? Blank thought Blank involvement with the sorority was odd. He would frequently drop other riders for them and gave them his personal phone number. He seemed to pay particular attention. Blank members. This started with 2 sorority girls that had already graduated and had passed Blank phone number on to them. So are they talking about Gower here?
I'm not sure. I mean, it makes you want to think that because that's the only person they've talked about so far as
right. And no, Josie, my tongue's going to end up tied in a knot if I go any faster. What's up, Scott? Good to see you, buddy. Jen says they're talking about Gower. Okay. And again, guys, his wife and child are out of town. Out of town, sorry. And then Dylan accordingly supposedly contacted him at 2 or 3:10 a.m. that night. I look at everybody funny. That's all I'm saying. So we have 2 people here of interest besides the person that they have in custody for this that I think that were cleared very quickly and very soon within this case that should have been looked very, very deeply into. Esther said she filed for divorce. What? Did she really? I didn't know that. Okay. Well, Blank thought Blank involvement with the sorority was odd. Okay, I read that. Yeah. He gave his personal number on there. The interview was conducted at 103. For complete details of Blank statement, review audio recording of this interview. I'd like to hear the interview with Gower. David Baracoa was the sober bro that night. Interesting, Elliot. So let's see here. On 11/18 at approximately 2:13, Idaho State Police Detective Millar and I interviewed blank at the ISP District 3 office in Meridian, of course, regarding the murders. She's part of the blank sorority at the University of Idaho. She knew Ethan Chapin through his blank fraternity. She got to know Xana Kernodle through Chapin. She didn't know Kaylee or Madison very well, but she did know Chapin and Kernodle for 1.5 years. She currently lives in the sorority house and had never been to the 1122 King Road house. She was at the blank fraternity house on Saturday night, November 12th, for a party. Chapin and Kernodle were at that party. She had never heard of any sort of stalking incidents. She was with Kernodle until 2. She took a picture with Kernodle and walked home. Chapin and Kernodle remained at the party. She had no further contact with them. Kernodle had been dating Chapin for a year. Everyone had a crush on Kernodle. She heard blank was at the 1122 King Road house after blank. Party blank is a blank and PC brother of Chapin. The interview concluded at 2:26. Hey, need some Z's. Good to see you. Okay. On November 18th at 22, Idaho State Police Detective Sergeant Hoxie and I, Detective Pacina, interviewed University of Idaho student blank, date of birth blank, 2000, and her blank, present for the interview. That would be attorney, I guess. I asked blank to explain her day, stated the following. Blank said, It was game day, college football. Her and her friends attended a pregame at the blank apartment complex at approximately 3 p.m. She remembers talking to Mogan and Gonsalves at the pregame, and she was sure she saw the rest of the roommates there. Blank remembers seeing Xana as well. At approximately 3:50, Blank said she left the pregame and went to the game and started at 4. Blank said that she was going to help Gonsalves get a ticket for the game. Gonsalves decided to not go to the game because Mogan was not going. After the game, Blank said they went to a place called Blank. Gonsalves texted Blank and asked if she was going to the corner club. Blank said that they would go after the fights on TV were over. At approximately 10:59, Gonsalves texted Blank and asking if she needed a ride. Gonsalves' text read, "Me, Maddie, and Blank are getting one so we can pick you up." Blank said she was at the corner club when she saw the message. At approximately 10:30, 11, Blank saw Mogan and Gonsalves at the corner club. And at approximately 11:30 to 12, Blank left the corner club with her other friend and boyfriend and went home. Hold on. Blank said after they got home, her friend Blank was drunk and she was trying to put her to bed. Her boyfriend went to bed in her room. I asked Blank how she knew the victims. Blank said she met Mogan her freshman year and knew her through mutual friends. Blank said she met Gonsalves freshman year and were both in the same sorority. Said Gonsalves was her best friend, so this must be Ashlyn Couch. Said that she did not know Xana Kernodle as well. Blank described her as being a big party girl and would attend the same parties as her. Kernodle was best friends with a lot of the blank. Maybe not. Maybe Ashlyn. I asked Gonsalves ever mentioned if she was ever followed or talked about some weird activity recently. Blank said Gonsalves had never mentioned that to her. I asked Blank if Gonsalves had anybody who had any issues with her. Blank said Gonsalves never mentioned it to her. Blank said Gonsalves was the type to go out and meet random people at places like John's Alley and would get rides from random people. That's dangerous. Blank said Gonsalves was the type to go out and meet random people at places like John's. I already said that. Sorry, guys.
Pause for a second.
Yeah, please.
Does that sound like something you'd say about a friend of yours if you're a woman?
No.
Mama Bear, what do you think?
No.
Would you, if you said that about a girlfriend of yours, she'd probably never speak to you again, right?
Exactly. Yeah,
So
no.
Would it be a stretch to say she's calling Kaylee a slut?
It's kind of the way it sounds to me.
It's kind of the way it sounds to me.
I got to agree. And if that's your best friend, it doesn't sound like it. Sorry.
Doesn't sound like a friend.
Yeah, she's saying that she took rides with strangers, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. So yeah, that's not.
She always goes off, meets random dudes at John's place, and this John's Alley. It sounds like it's a real rough kind of joint. This John's Alley place.
She would go out and meet random people at places like John's Alley and would get rides from random. Yeah, see, that ain't cool.
Yeah, no.
I get. You're right, Jesse.
I have a confession to make. Lucy Morningstar just posted THOTS, and I'm aware that this acronym is something that the kids use these days, but I have to admit that I don't actually know what it means. That's what a prude I am. I don't even know what that means.
I don't either, actually. I thought it just meant like thoughts on what you think.
No, that's like an acronym that if you break it down, it's I'm sure the H stands for hose or something. Lucy will let us know, I'm hoping.
I'm sure she will. Come on, Miss Fitz, let us know. Interesting. Well, she goes on right after that, though. Good point there, Jesse, because she says that Gonsalves and Jack Decor had recently broken up after a long relationship, and I asked Blank where her house was in relation to the victim's house. Blank said both houses shared a backyard with a chain link fence separating the 2 yards. Oh, okay. Sergeant Hoxie asked if she heard any strange noises. Blank said she did not. I asked Blank if Gonsalves had always stayed at the same apartment. Blank said Gonsalves had stayed there all summer said Gonsalves' room in the summer was on the main floor. At the end of the summer, Gonsalves moved into the blank room upstairs.
Jesse, look in the back chat.
I saw that, and also Elliot let us know as well.
Okay.
That's what the acronym stands for.
That's
and
new
yeah,
for me.
the descript. I was aware of the description, Mama Bear. I wasn't aware of what the acronym meant. But now I know.
No idea. That's new to me, but now I know. Thank you.
It's pretty common on YouTube, and like the political guys use it all the time to describe OnlyFans girls.
Mm. Interesting. Okay. So Kaylee stayed in the ground, like where her office is, I'm guessing, on that ground level all summer long, and then moved to the third floor when I guess whoever else moved in. Interesting. Okay. Blank said she had heard from one of the girls' friends that they went to Coeur d'Alene for a week, and when they returned, they noticed the rear sliding glass door was open. Okay, so that's not the door I thought, but did not know the date of the incident. Hoxley asked about drug use. Blank said she never saw Gonsalves or Mogan do drugs. She said that she wasn't sure about Kernodle, and she said they probably had it. They probably had, but it wasn't anything that was prominent. And blank. Or no, wait. Sorry. Blank said that we should talk to some of Kernodle's friends. Blank. I asked if there was any other information she feels we should know or any other people we should talk to. Blank said that we should speak with blank, and blank. Damn it. I need to find out who blank is.
You're gonna be sleeping tonight, and Brandy's gonna hear you saying blank in your sleep.
I probably will. I'm hoping to get to Bethany's statement here soon. So this next one again. Wait, let me pause first and give a second here. First off, because my tongue hurts. But second off, any thoughts or anything before we go forward from either one of you two? Blank.
No.
Still trying to wrap my head around what's going on over there in that office, and yeah.
Well, and you know what? I think that is definitely something of sorts. I read one report, and I'm not saying that that's all they did, but I think it's obviously known at a point, Jesse, that what you have referred to is absolutely positively something that's real.
Well, it sounds like that might have been something that had just kicked off in the last, few months or something, right? Like somebody said there was an indication that all of a sudden Kaylee's got more money, and then Kaylee had just moved out of that room and it became the office, and
right.
And again, the reason it's important is for motive, right? It's not because we care what these girls are doing with their own lives, but
I think
Brian Kohlberger would have nothing unless you can pin him to an OnlyFans account. He would have nothing to do with any of that as far as motive goes.
Right.
And it could be, it could be one of the cops, it could be a politician, it could be Kane from the next door. I mean, I'm just throwing names out there. I guess I probably shouldn't do that, but it could be anybody.
It could. It definitely could. And just so that you guys can understand that there's another reference to this room, as well as it's a thought that I had that goes along with this, that at some point there was an interview they did with somebody that claimed that Kaylee had a thing where she would look up the local sex offenders that were in this area, and she would use it in her shit, an online, like an at-home job, work from home job that she did on a computer, that she would use what she looked up to for her job somehow. So the only thing that came to mind for me was like a telemarketer that sells alarm systems over the phone. That's something you would use to help sell your alarm system to local people. I'm not saying that's all she did. Okay. It's evident. And I think there's factual knowledge out there that we do know from multiple interactions with other people that have stated this, and photographs that I've seen that were sent to me, not nudes or anything like that, but they're very, I guess you could say, somewhat racy, that there was probably OnlyFans or other things like that going on as well. Okay. So, hey, Stitch, it's good to see you. So I'm guessing they were saying that Maddie was trying to get the same type of a job, a work from home job via computer, so on and so forth. And I wondered because at some point we were told that Steve kind of, I thought I heard, and I might be wrong, worked for like a security company or something and did IT stuff. Maybe come to find out he was kind of a telemarketer per se. And maybe he got her a job doing that for the summer or something. But I think, like you said, Jesse, that more recently this other thing came into effect.
Well, another thing is her move to Texas.
Yeah.
I always thought that she got a job and she was going to move to Texas, simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't sound like it was that simple. It sounds like she was weighing her options, and North Carolina and a few other places were options. And does this company have outlets in all those places, or was she able to work from a certain website anywhere in America?
Right.
That there is, when you're in that business, you go to a different town and all of a sudden business is hot and you move to another town. That's what some people do is they'll go to like a major city for a month or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then, they won't be as marketable after a month, and they'll go somewhere else. And
sure.
There's like a circuit. And I don't know if that's what was going on, but I mean, whatever was going on, I don't think they pay that kind of money for telemarketing. Let's put it that way.
Well, that's why I said there was definitely a supplement, and I agree that it's what we were just talking about. That could have been her day job, I guess, say, marketing or whatever. But I think on the other side of it, you were doing some other stuff, and that's fine. There's nothing dirty, nasty, or gross about that. But I still feel that that's what Steve was talking about, that people's names are going to get drugged through the mud and people are going to think there was some gross things going on here. Well, that probably is exactly what he was meaning. It's not gross, folks. These are grown adult women.
You wouldn't think that she would let Steve know that, though.
Well, I don't know. They were a pretty tight family and they talked about a lot. She probably told something to Christy or Olivia, and that came out at that point. You know what I mean? She may have told her sister, and her sister may have said, hey, maybe we need to look into this angle. That could have been what happened here. Somebody that got a little too close or too attached maybe went after her, because like I said before, folks, she's a very pretty girl. She's still like, not to be gross, because I don't look at her that way, because I have daughters that are older than that. But, other guys would look at her and go, oh my God, and maybe want to have a little bit more than just an online, whatever relationship with them and go after them. So that's a definite motive right there. So, I can see how that could be something that the family, as they're investigating, would definitely look into. Okay. In turn, that would be, I'm sure Kaylee wouldn't tell her dad on purpose, but maybe Olivia brought it out, sister to sister talk. Hey, I'm doing this, and this, and blah, blah, blah.
That's a good point, because I could certainly see her telling her sister.
Sure. Definitely not dad, but hey, sis, look what I'm doing. And that would explain multiple bank accounts, different jobs, different ways to add money in different senses. Just saying, that's all. I also heard Adam has Kaylee's job in Texas. I have no idea, Esther. That's another thing. We haven't seen nor heard anything truly from or about Adam in this. And I think that conversation that was had between Maddie and Adam should definitely be somewhere, and it should be told. That helps to understand some of this stuff. Let's see. Hold on a minute here. Done one said something. Hey, Tina, thank you for joining us. Yeah, that's truly cat lover. I agree with you. I heard that too, Annie. I heard a lot of guys had big crushes on Xana and were jealous of Ethan.
I don't think Adam owned Mad Greek, did he? He didn't own it.
Not at all.
He was like the manager or something, I think.
Adam worked at the Corner Club, from what we understood.
Oh,
He was a bartender down there. No, he doesn't own that. The people that own Mad Greek, I believe, were initially from Alaska, from what we looked into.
That's right. Yes.
That's where it started, and they brought it here. So.
And I'm not even going to attempt to say the name. I know it starts with a KL.
I said it before, and it took me like 3 weeks to get it right, so I'm not going to go back there again. I can't remember it anyway. I I mean, what did Steve and Christy think when it came to another? See, I think that was because it hadn't been transferred over, though, Cat Lady.
That's what I
You know
heard
what I'm
too.
saying? That the registration had not been fully transferred over. She only had it for one day, and they still had to get that full registration transferred over to get everything completely in her name. That's what I think. And there were payments on it. It wasn't paid off, okay, because Steve stated that they had to pay it off and all that and so on and so forth. I don't know.
I never heard that her grandmother co-signed Christy.
I never heard that before either. That was new.
Everyone in Eskimo pie.
WB. So hold on here. Moving on. I don't know who this is, but this is again Sergeant Hoxie. On 18th at 22. They did a lot of these interviews on the 18th at 11:34. Detective Pacina and Hoxie and I conducted an interview with blank blank. The interview was in reference to of course, we know. He lived at blank blank, Moscow, Idaho, while attending university. His house was across the street from where the homicide occurred. I didn't read this one already, did I? No. He knew Kaylee since her freshman year, also dated his friend, blank blank, and him were in blank. Did I read this one already? No, I didn't, because there was no North Carolina. There we go. Which was down the road from him. He was extremely close to Gonsalves, but was friends with her. Or he wasn't extremely. Okay. Blank and Gonsalves had been dating since their sophomore year in high school. He thought they attended Lake City High School in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Blanks and Gonsalves had been dating on and off for the last few months because Gonsalves was moving to Texas or North Carolina after the semester. He didn't think blank wanted to break up with Gonsalves, Decor, but Decor was understanding. He thought Gonsalves initiated the breakup. There wasn't any turmoil in their relationship, and they were still talking and hanging out together. Gonsalves and blank Decor also had a dog together, which lived at his house last year. Blank didn't talk to him about his relationship with Gonsalves. Blank worked at the blank and the blank. He thought blank might have quit the blank. He also knew the other victims, Madison Mogan and Xana Kernodle. Kernodle had gone over to his house a few times to see his roommate, blank blank, from last year, but blank transferred schools to blank blank. He didn't really talk to Mogan, but knew her by first name. The other two girls, blank and blank, were younger, and he didn't really know them. He didn't know Ethan Chapin. His house was 3 stories where he lived with blank blank, blank blank, blank blank, blank blank, blank blank, and blank blank, and he blank had lived in the top floor of the house. Jesus. He never noticed anything out of place near his house or the victim's house. On the 12th of 2020, the University of Idaho's football team was playing UC Davis at home at 4 p.m. He woke up that day, got some food, and started tailgating for the game. After tailgating, he went home and then went to the bars. Why is it 2020? Okay. At approximately 11, he got to the corner club. While he was at the corner club, he saw Gonsalves, but couldn't remember if she was with anyone. At approximately 12:30, a sober member from his fraternity arrived to drive blank and him home. As they were leaving the corner club, they were pulled over for an expired registration. Jesus. The cops let them go, and he was driven home. Blank, blank, and blank. Got home about 30 minutes after him. At his house, he hung out and drank beers with blank, 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 and blank, girlfriend, blank, blank. He never heard anything of Gonsalves having a stalker until after her death. Gonsalves worked at blank, where he heard she had a weird person coming in for her. He heard this information from blank. He also heard from his girlfriend, blank, blank. Gonsalves had a weird guy following her around Winco. We knew about that. He wasn't aware of any victims using drugs. He and his roommates, blank, he never texted or called Gonsalves.
Yeah, that one guy is the one that teleports.
Right. From right to the car.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't aware of any recent parties at the house. He wanted us to know that blank heard a dog barking around 4 a.m. Blank reported it to the police the following day after the incident. Blank did not have injuries on his hands, arms, or face. At approximately 11:56, we concluded. Okay.
Esther, I don't think we ever got Adam's last name.
It starts with a L, I think. I just can't ever remember it. I think Molly has it. Let's see here, guys. We've been here, what, almost 5 hours. So
Lauda. Thank you, Noni.
Lauda, that's it. Yes. Wait, Adam Lauda? Is that it?
That is correct.
Yep.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you. In fact, I'm going to write that down so I don't forget it. Thank you, Noni.
End of the line said louder. I think it's Lauda.
I think it is Lauda. I've seen it before. That's right. All right, so I think this is going to be the last one for today, guys, and I might come back later on to pick up more since we didn't get to do much of this. So I just wanted to get my rant out there about these ignorant ass mainstream media reporters and these other creators that are putting out this bullshit narrative to make people believe that Brian Koberger is the one that did this, when we know that these factual pieces of information have been told to us by law enforcement are not true that they're saying. So that's what my rant was about mostly this morning. At approximately 4 p.m., Blank said that she went to the game. Blank returned home at 9 o'clock and had a sandwich. Blank said that he took an 2-hour nap. These kids sleep a lot for being young. At approximately 11 p.m., Blank woke up. His roommate was wanting to go to the bar. They went to the corner club, had a few beers, and hung out. At approximately 1:45 a.m., their fraternity president, blank, blank, picked up blank, 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 and blank, blank, and drove them home.
Sounds like there's some turmoil going on in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Well, while he's dealing with that, I've got some thoughts on how many people are involved. And you know, Stevie Irwin, who's a guy that used to be in chat all the time. I don't know if he still hangs out in here. Seems like his opinions might have changed, but he said to me, he said, who do you all think is involved? Because and I think what he meant by that is the saying that if a conspiracy gets too big, it's impossible to keep it quiet because somebody's going to talk.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't necessarily agree with that. And I mean, in this case, if people talk, what happens? They get ignored. They don't. It's not like Brian Enton and Ashley Bamfield are going to put you on their show and let you talk. They're going to completely ignore you if you are talking about something that doesn't fit their narrative. And people have talked. Dave and WSU Kim talked. And when's the last time we've seen anybody in mainstream media reporting on that? So my list of people involved is probably greater than my list of people who aren't involved, or at least with knowledge of what happened.
Right. I would agree.
And if we believe Dave and WSU Kim, which, you know, I mean, even in these documents, just 5 minutes ago, Dago was reading about a group Snapchat that they were communicating on. And this is exactly in line with what Dave was explaining to us with the group Snapchats. And his story in particular, he's nailed it. It has not been debunked. In fact, it's been strengthened. And if that's true, then all the kids know. All the kids know something that they're not telling us, and they're all participating in a cover-up. And that the law enforcement, clearly the law enforcement knows what they're doing. They know that they didn't have any evidence. They know that they've been misrepresenting their case in the media. Brett Payne knows that he was the lead investigator when he had no business being a lead investigator of anything. And then he gets conveniently moved over to a job at the university. So he certainly knows. Bill Thompson knows. Scott Green knows.
Oh, yeah.
The list goes on. And people might think I'm crazy. Like, man, that's a conspiracy theory. But like I say, the difference between a conspiracy theory and a fact is give it a couple months.
Right. I mean, and it's with this kind of crime happening, you would think that these schools student numbers would like decrease this year, but in turn they like doubled, which is
A lot of people seem to have done quite well out of this. Then you got the Chapins doing an infomercial with the Othram Labs. Man, do I ever find that distasteful.
guess I
Did you see that?
No, I missed that.
Jules of all trades shared it on her Twitter, and she was critical of it. And she doesn't mince words, so she was perhaps less diplomatic than I would be. But man, she got attacked for that. But I mean, I will say that, doing an advertisement for Othram Labs, I mean, that seems odd to me.
Yeah.
And also the Gonsalves family, I believe they were gifted a scholarship from Baylor University, and that was tied to Othram Labs as well. I just that to me reeks of corruption and cover-ups and inappropriate. I'd have to say inappropriate.
I feel like the enrollment numbers rose because people want to stay. They went to school where the murders happened. I don't know.
Yeah, the Chapin family has been awful weird, really. Awful weird behavior. And Steve G. What happened to Steve G? Steve G's been awful quiet lately.
Yeah, I was thinking that just the other day. I was like, kind of just disappeared.
And we should remember back in the day when Steve G was making more sense, it was the FBI that came to him and told him, warned him. He got a warning from the FBI, and he's never been the same since that happened. He's completely shifted the narrative and become more cooperative with the mainstream narrative since he was interrupted by the FBI. Also, you got the FBI showing up at Gabriela Vargas's place. And this is another indication of a giant conspiracy theory, right? Like, as soon as somebody bucks the narrative, the FBI shows up on your doorstep. And like I said, people will say if it's too big, somebody will talk. People probably are talking. I mean, we know of a few people that are talking, and they're getting silenced. And where is Dave? Where is WSU Kim?
Right.
Did the FBI show up on their door? I mean, are they still alive? I mean, have they been disappeared, and are they moved to Alaska? Who knows? They might be in witness protection for all we know. Oh, Lucy Morningstar are you saying that the Kim and Dave conversations are in these ISP reports? Is that what you're saying?
Statements in the media are within these reports.
Wow, whatever's going on at Dago's house must be pretty intense.
Right?
Unless he's just making himself a coffee.
With Dago, it's hard to say. Let's see, Mad Creek, didn't that one close down and they opened a new one on the East Coast?
There was a lot of conspiracy theories about the Mad Greek as well, that they were a drug running family or something.
And it seems like we looked into that 2.5, 3 years ago, and there was nothing that we could. It's just coincidental of the name. And
okay, Lucy's not saying that they're in the reports. They're saying that they are repeated after having seen in these reports. I guess.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
I think she's agreeing with what I was, that it's being confirmed. It's what Dave and Kim said is being repeated in the reports, confirming what they were saying was true. Is that how you interpret that, Mama Bear?
Mm-hmm. Kim, Dave, the boyfriend of DM, best friend, these people have access to the case.
The boyfriend of DM, best friend. I do remember somebody doing like a YouTube video saying "Leave Dylan alone." Is that the person we're talking about? There was a boyfriend of DM's best friend, but I don't know if that was ever confirmed that was a real. But there was a YouTube video going around of somebody saying "Leave Dylan alone." Poor girl, been through a lot, and the cops twisted her words and stuff. Yeah,
I didn't
that
even
was
know
a
DM had a best.
Back, welcome. Sorry, my youngest son, and one of my other sons got into a little bit of a disagreement. So,
Oh, it was the big kids. I thought it was the great kids.
no, it was the big kids. It happens from time to time.
Oh, yeah.
The youngest one never knows when to stop talking, and the oldest one gets tired of it. So, it is what it is. We all know how Caden can be.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to what I think I know what you're talking about, Jesse. If you're referring to the same thing I'm thinking of, I remember seeing and hearing that.
Heather was filling us in on that. I was just bringing up the Dave thing, and if we believe Dave, then there's an awful lot of people that are implicated in this cover-up. And I guess what I was telling Mama Bear was, you remember Stevie Irwin that's been in your chat for a long time? I don't know if he still comes in.
Yeah, not anymore. Yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah, he disagrees with my point of view by the sounds of things. But he mentioned to me that, how many people do you think are involved in this? Sort of suggesting that I'm crazy for believing in a grand conspiracy that could involve a lot of people. Because, and I know that this is a common thing again with people that don't like conspiracy theories. They say, well, you can never have a big conspiracy because people will talk. But if people that talk get ignored or silenced, then it doesn't really matter how many people. I mean, like I said, Dave and WSU Kim did talk, and nobody took them seriously, or they were silenced. Gabriela Vargas started to talk, and the FBI was at her doorstep. So it's not that people aren't talking; it's people. It's that the word isn't getting out.
Good point. All right, let me see. Okay, I think I was right here. At approximately 1:45, their fraternity president, blah, blah, blank, blank, picked up all of them blanks and blank and drove them home. After getting home, they hung out for 15 to 20 minutes to check on his friend who had consumed too much alcohol. That happens a lot there, it looks like. After getting home, they hung out for... Oh, I said that already. Blank said he went into his room where his girlfriend was already in bed. Blank said they talked for a bit and believed he fell asleep around 2:45. I asked Blank if he had heard any noises that could have woken him. Blank said no. He did say his friend Blank told him he heard a dog barking between the hours of 4:15 and 5. Blank said it sounded like Murphy. Murphy was a dog who was shared between their two houses. Blank said Murphy was at the girl's house that day. I asked Blank how close he knew the girls. He said, I'm like a handshake to them. Blank knew Kaylee Gonsalves through Blank. They had dated for a while. He never really talked to Madison. He was friends with Xana and had met Ethan at an event called Rush. I asked Blank if he had seen any of the victims that night. Blank said he saw Gonsalves and Mogan at the corner club. Blank said that they were with blank blank. He said that they were heading to John's Alley. Blank said he heard Blank was kicked out of John's Alley. After John's Alley, the three of them went to Grub Truck, and he believed that they went home afterwards. So did they go to John's Alley then? I don't think it matches the timeline if they did. If they did, they only stopped there for a second. But I don't think they did. That might have just been something that was rumored to not be true then. I asked Blank. Go ahead, bud. Go ahead.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of been glossed over. They said they were going to John's Alley and they just never made it there. They went straight to the grub truck. I mean, obviously it sounds like they changed their minds, but nobody's really clarified.
Right.
And why did they not go to John's Alley?
Or did they walk in there shortly and Showalter got kicked out for some reason? So they all left. That's kind of what that.
Z said they didn't. They went to grub truck instead.
Okay. So then there you go. There you go. I asked Blank if any of the victims were involved in the use of drugs. He said he knew Blank, and Gonsalves and Mogan had Blank. He wasn't sure of Kernodle Blank. Sergeant Hoxie asked if the girls had a party the night before or the day of the incident. Blank said he saw a bunch of people dressed up and walking up to the house with speakers. He believed they had a formal the night before the incident. Sergeant Hoxie asked if he had heard about a stalker. Blank said he had heard from Blank Sunday night. Gonsalves was followed to her car in the park. We know about that again. Everybody knows that one. He heard Gonsalves might have been followed in the store as well. Sergeant Hoxie asked Blank how he heard about the incident. Blank said Blank, best friend, FaceTimed her and said, "Hey, there's a bunch of police officers outside. Do you know what's going on?" Blank went upstairs and saw the officers taping off the scene. Blank said after the Winco thing happened, Blank told him a couple weeks ago all the roommates were out of the house getting groceries. When they returned, the door was open. I asked Blank if there were any other information he feels we should know. Blank said that he had heard from Blank that one of the girls was downstairs. When she opened the door, she saw a person in a ski mask, made eye contact, slammed her door, and locked it. Interview was terminated. One of the girls was downstairs. When she opened the door, she saw a person in a ski mask and made eye contact, slammed her door, and locked it. Well, that's a new one. That's interesting. Huh.
And why interview was terminated? Like, you know, that seems like we're just getting started. We got plenty of questions, and interview is terminated.
That's it right there. And there's no follow-up on these, Jesse, as always. Just like Moscow, they didn't follow up with any of these things. Just to say, hey, going back to what we talked about on the 18th, can you give me any more information? There's nothing with these. Beep, beep. Interesting. Very interesting. You know, there was a basis of the story that was told where it's believed that Kaylee could have been downstairs in her office that night. And that could have been why and what was heard. And if that whole flash thing happened, that could have been Kaylee opening that door, seeing this masked person saying, "Hey, there's somebody in the house," running upstairs, which is hearing the student, bouncing up and down the stairs, screaming this, that, and everything else. That could have been another part of the story that we don't know.
Well, I don't know if you want to do a trigger warning, but I've got a theory, but it's pretty gruesome, the theory.
It can't be any worse than
the documents.
Trigger warning. This video includes sensitive and violent content that may not be suitable for all viewers. This video is for 18 plus only.
But yeah, I mean, if Kaylee was shot in the head in the entryway, right out front of Bethany's room. Remember, Bethany said she could see the flash under her door and heard a bang. Clearly, that I mean, I'm at the point now where I believe there was a gun involved in this crime, and I believe that the house was destroyed because they didn't want the evidence of a gun being involved. And if you're trying to remove the evidence of a gun being involved, you might have to cause an awful lot of damage to somebody's head to make that unrecognizable that they were shot. And it's disgusting to think about, but in a way it makes sense. Yeah, sorry I had to put that in your head, Gus.
No, you didn't. Actually, it's been in my head. And Lucy just said that she's of the same opinion. I can agree with you. That makes a lot of sense.
And then you have to start asking yourself, why does it move the needle so much if for the university, let's say, a bunch of kids are stabbed, a bunch of kids are shot. Why does that move the needle? Why does that need to be covered up? And I don't claim to have the knowledge of why that is.
Well, one, to protect the university, and two, it depends on who did it.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I'm just trying to say, why does it move the needle? What does the use of a gun indicate that they don't want coming out? I mean, clearly, if it's a law enforcement officer, if it's a police issue firearm, then then can't have that.
Right, and see, that would make sense too. What Lucy just said, using the knife to remove the evidence of a bullet. Yeah, that could be another point to that. For sure, Heather. Because you don't want to leave that evidence behind, and that could cause a lot more damage. But yeah, that is definitely something that I can see being a grand possibility, Jesse. It would explain a lot. You know what I mean? Maybe she opened the ground floor door because somebody knocked or made some noise there, and kaboom. Okay, and she bolts because initially, or tries to at least, and takes off. And it caused, she gets all the way up there and is chased up there. So I'm just saying, these things are definitely things that are possible. It's not out of the realm of possibility, in my opinion. And again, that's where we get back to the point of the cover up side to this. Who and why? And I'm just saying, that's a good point. What if it was a law enforcement officer that was involved and did something like this? That's a huge reason to cover that up. You can't have that out there. Not to mention what needs to be, that the college needs protected as well, the university. I'm sorry, but I just feel that that's kind of important. Oh, okay. So this is the last one here. This is somebody else that lived in the house, and then we'll be done for right now, at least. I knew I was coming up to it, but this here is Detective Beckner. Sorry, guys. The report date was 11/22, but the summary states that it was 11/18 at 1:16, and it says on 11/18, approximately 1:16, Idaho Police Detective Sergeant Ken Beckner, Trooper Andrew Weinstein, interviewed Bank Blank at the ISP District 3 in Meridian, Idaho, regarding the homicides, of course. She takes online classes and lives in Boise. She lived at 11/22 last year while in the blank. She lived in the room that blank is currently in. Madison Mogan is the only one currently in the house that was in the house last year, too. Mogan was her best friend. So this is Ashlyn Couch, folks. She knew Xana very well and became close to Kaylee Gonsalves. Mogan FaceTimed her that night, 12:40 a.m. So Maddie FaceTimed Ashlyn at 12:40 that morning. Mogan was out at the corner club. The conversation was 40 seconds. Mogan was with her friend. Blank phone number. She communicated with Mogan every day. Mogan's boyfriend was Jake Schreiber. He was with blank group of friends Saturday night at the bars in Boise. She was told by blank of a time at Winco. My God, they keep going back to the same thing. Okay, we know. She heard Gonsalves was walking her dog once and had seen someone hiding behind a garbage dumpster. Gonsalves felt someone had been watching her. This is about a month prior. Blank had moved into the 1122 King Road house this semester. Her boyfriend was blank. He lived in Boise. She thought that we should talk to blank. Damn it. Last year, her friend blank was contacted by a man she didn't know who knew her name and major. Blank kept seeing this man. He once came up to her at the corner club. He knew Mogan's major. Blank is still on the lease of the house. The guy was about their age. The interview concluded at 1:31. That's it. And this is Ashlyn Couch, who was very close to Maddie, who lived in the house, and that's it for their interview. They never went back to her. I don't know. I don't like that. Something's not right. There should have been follow-up interviews. What is this?
I always thought Ashlyn Couch was sus.
Oh, agreed. 100% agreed. And when did
And,
she be? Go ahead.
I wouldn't doubt if she's working in that office as well.
Very possible. Very possible. So I think we'll leave it there. And this one is supplemental number 0015 that I will start up with either later this afternoon or early evening or tomorrow morning, depending on what the boss lady has me doing. On the state's exhibits, the early warning sign system is not a bank. It is not whether it's LE owned system that uses an algorithm to identify members of LE that could potentially be an issue. Interesting, Miss Luce. Wow. So, guys, going back before we get out of here, as I stated before, my big bitch with this whole thing, my big issue with this whole thing is what these dirt grade reporters have done, what these dirt grade creators out here have done to instill this narrative that Bryan Kohberger is guilty, nobody else is involved, and all these reasons are why. It's bullshit, and I'm tired of it. I'm just tired.
Remember when we had nothing else to look at except for the PEA, or the PCA, and how skeptical we were of what the story in the PCA was, and how the guilters were. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. Oh, yeah. Wow. And now they just gloss over that. Oh, it's irrelevant now. It's irrelevant. Yeah. Well,
yeah.
We sure had that sniffed out though, didn't we?
Oh, absolutely. And just so all of you out there know, and all you garbage dump reporters that work for mainstream media, and I don't mind Ashley Banfield and Brian Netton and Nancy Disgraceful and all the other rest of you that are running this narrative, that are still running this narrative, even though the man's in prison. You're trash. Get a life. Do something for real, okay? I'm sorry that you think you need to like throw your morals out the window to receive a paycheck, but you definitely need to check yourself, folks. And that goes for the creators that are out there putting out misinformation, ignorant statements about somebody that you know nothing about.
You know what's sad is I've seen a few creators that have been, very good throughout this whole case.
Sure.
That have just turned in the last, since the plea agreement, and then one of them I saw yesterday just ran with the Mad Greek Wi-Fi story and says this seals it. It's done now.
Shut up.
And I wrote in his comments, I'm like, dude, this is a nothing burger. This is a big nothing burger.
Nope. And I'm gonna say it. Yeah, 100%. Shut up. Shut the fuck up and sit down and get a life, okay? Because it's not true. We just proved it. And the next person I hear say he cleaned his car with bleach. Shut up. The next person I hear say that he had the manifesto for Papa Rogers. Shut up. Okay.
Well, not only that, Dago, but the next time that somebody comes up with something we haven't heard yet, like he's suspected of another crime, or he got caught doing this. Shut up until you prove it, because
thank you.
The way everything's unfolded. I can't trust anything, even things in the documents, because we know now that there's been a strategy of misinformation thrown at us. We know that is the tactic that they've employed, and we should expect everything coming from these sources to continue to be misinformation, including the Amazon purchase. Whatever, I don't even know what the evidence is against Bryan Kohberger at this point. DNA on a planted sheath that I'm positive was planted.
I don't believe there was DNA on the sheath that belonged to him, Jesse.
The fact that Brett Payne discovered that sheath and he no longer works for the Moscow Police Department, I find that shocking. Yes. Shock, not just convenient, but shock. Like, if you're the lead investigator on a case like this, doesn't that pave the way for you to basically be a to go all the way to the top, right? In law enforcement. Like, I was before you went live, I was looking it up. I wanted to look up the lead investigator for like the OJ trial, the BTK trial. These got, and I didn't get around to doing it properly, but I would assume that everybody who you could say was a lead investigator of a trial like this goes on to become somebody big time. You know, like they have a wing in the university with your name on it and stuff. You know, like it makes your career, and to then just leave law enforcement and go work at the university. That stinks to high heaven to me.
Yeah, no, agreed. And my, before I else, my message, and excuse my phrasing for those of you that may be offended, I'm sorry up front, but I'm not sorry. I'm saying what I'm getting ready to say. Okay. Like I said, to all these garbage, trash can, pathetic ass reporters that are running this propaganda bullshit train, to the creators out there that are doing this, that are nonstop repeating things that we know are not true, shut the fuck up, sit down, and get a life, okay? Because I'm tired of it. I'm tired of hearing it. I'm tired of all these ignorant ass fucking mainstream media people worried more about their paycheck than realizing that you're ending somebody's life, okay? If it's not true, don't say it. That's all I'm saying. You should have a little more pride in yourselves. And if you can't, then go the fuck away. I'm sick of it. I'm tired of dealing with it. I'm tired of seeing it and hearing it again and again and again and again. Let the truth be what it is. Stop hiding it. Stop burying it. Stop making shit up. Grow up. Okay? That's all I'm saying. And again, I know there's people that don't like the language. But truly, just shut the fuck up. Sit down. Get a life. That's all I'm saying, you guys. And again, I'm done with this shit. After what I saw yesterday, last night, and read and some of these things, wow. How do you people sleep at night? I want to know that. Oh, is it because of the numbers on your paycheck match? That's what puts you to sleep every night. Well, good for you. Pieces of shit. So again, my apologies for anybody that may have been offended by my language, but I'm just over it, guys. I'm done with the ignorance. I'm done with these. This is just, I've never seen anything like this in my life. And I hope to God I never do after this.
Well, unfortunately, you're probably going to see more of it. The way, that's the thing. If nobody does anything about it, you're just going to see more of it.
Right. I know. And that, right. Like Lucy just said, and that's why I'm saying what I'm saying here. And I'll continue saying this to whoever it is. I don't care who the fuck you are. I will say it to your face. Okay. I don't care. That prison footage coming out the same 20. I mean, again, money. Give me money. I'll give you videos of Brian. I'll give you pictures of Brian. Give me some money.
No, this is society becoming more and more Orwellian day by day, and maybe fighting it is futile. But we don't have a choice, do we?
No, and I'm not going to shut up either.
No,
I'm not going to shut up. Jesse's not going to shut up. Twiz is not going to shut up. Willie's not going to shut up. Mama Bear's not going to shut up, because we see you for who you are. We see what you're doing for what it is.
And if the FBI is going to bang on my door to silence me, they got a 14-hour plane ride ahead of them.
Whatever.
I like that, Lucy. A collective stupidity.
That's right. This is us, folks. These are our rights. This affects every one of us. Remember that. That's the most important part of this. This is us. We can't allow it to happen. It's a bunch of bullshit. So thank you guys for being here. Mama Bear, thank you so much for joining me. I think you kept me up on going, because I'd have said a whole lot more F words, or she wouldn't have been here earlier. Because I was in that mode still. Jesse, thank you for joining me. Appreciate you and your opinion. And guys, like I said, I don't know, more people are showing up at my house again. So hopefully I'll be able to come back here later on and get into some more of these. If not, I will do it in the morning as always. And I hope to see you guys.
Thanks for having me, guys, and good to see you again, Mama Bear.
Yeah, you too.
Anytime, Jesse. Always welcome. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. And as far as everybody else in here, you guys already know. Much love to all of you. Nothing but for every one of you. I appreciate each and every one of you guys for being here, part of this community. For those of you that are in the sauce with us, thank you for being part of the family. Thank you to my Blue Crew. God bless. God knows I couldn't do without you guys. And I cannot wait to see you all here very soon. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people, and we'll see you very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Bye, guys. I'll see you later.
Coffee's cold, blood runs hot. Corner table, a ticking plot. Whispers rise, stories rot. No escape this cursed spot. True Crime Cafe, where shadows stay. True Crime Cafe, where sins replay. True Crime Cafe, no price to pay. True Crime Cafe, every damn day. Fingers tapping, blackened keys. Sweat drips down, can't find peace. Eyes like daggers cut through breeze. All these ghosts, they never leave. Who's a liar? Who's a prey? Who's a hunter in this play? True Crime Cafe, where shadows stay. True Crime Cafe, where sins replay. True Crime Cafe, no price to pay. True Crime Cafe, every damn day. Table stain with secrets deep, promises broken, wounds that seep. The jukebox screams, the lights will weep. No justice here, just lies to keep.